Well, good evening and happy Friday to all of you. Make sure all the bells and whistles are working. And it looks like we're up and running. Audio is connected to the right microphone, camera is connected to the right camera, and we can hear ourselves in the ear. So we're good. Happy Friday, guys. How you guys doing? End of April. How are we doing? So it's been an exciting month. Bit back in court, various cases. Thank God. If I could do very much more of the reading of articles. How's your week? What are you guys up to? Hopefully, you have a beverage of some sort. It has been a very tumultuous time. And I apologize for being a little bit late, guys. I also apologize for being a little bit delayed in streaming. Been complicated around the household because people have been coming, people have been going, travelers abound. And I've got a very exciting adventure next week, which is the relocation of an office. But that is neither here nor there. Let's check in on chat, see how you guys are doing while you guys filter in. We're talking about realistically one real topic today because, like I said, back in court, more fun, a lot more fun just to watch what's going on. What do you guys think? It's been a different trial, huh? Just a bit? A little bit? Or is it more of the same? Very curious to see everyone's opinions. Not that there's going to be a whole lot of caveats to that as we get into it. So, as people filter in, why don't we give people an update on what has been inspiring? I'll share some adventures of the minis that have just come back from their trip to Paris. So, for those of you who don't know, Mischief Manager is the significant other of myself. First of all, for those of you that are new, hi, welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. We try to break down different things happening in law throughout the week. And when there's significant cases, we try to cover those and generally just have a good time at the end of the week because weeks are crazy. I am Rob, a practicing lawyer for 15 years now. So trial lawyer that just loves trial and love to explain and teach. I can. Now, who is Mischief Manager? Mischief Manager is my significant. And Mischief Manager comes with two mini mischiefs. Mischief 1, Mini Mischief 2. And I might have shared with you guys, but Mini Mischief 1 and Mischief Manager had a very lovely trip that they had planned over spring break to Paris. Mother-daughter combo in Paris. I see you, Sandy. Nightbot is on, guys. I don't know why people are making the comment. Let's see. Let me double check. Mods are telling me stuff. Mods are telling me things that I have to pay attention to. Let's see here. Oh, authorizations and stuff. That's what happened. The buttons got unbuttoned. Well, that makes sense. All right. Nightbot is back in the chat. My Nightbot is not an evil Nightbot. My Nightbot is a kind Nightbot. Ian's Nightbot is Fightbot. So, all right. Back to the story. Mischief Manager and Mini Mischief were traveling abroad to Paris. You guys might remember I had a discussion with her about what are you going to do in Paris? See the Louvre? What's that? What about Notre Dame? No, that's just a church. What are you going to do? Shopping. So what did they do? They did shopping. And I have been told that I am allowed to share some of the photos of their adventures. It's even encouraged to share some of those photographs. So that's exactly what I'm going to do to the extent that I can. With technology, it is. So as you guys come in, filter in, come and join us. you can take a look at what the minis have been up to or what Mini Mischief 1 did. Mini Mischief 2 got to go down and visit Florida with his grandparents, which is pretty cool. Now, if he wasn't a completely 100% redhead, fair skin child, he probably would have come back with a real big tan. But instead, he just came back a hue a little bit more or a little bit less pale than he usually is. Kid don't tan. Should be in bed right. I don't think I'm going to get in trouble. Although I might. I don't know. So let's see if we can share some of the adventures. I think so. That sounds fun. People are like, Florida's not cool. I live here. People are double streaming. That's fun. Well, the sister had a sojourn in Paris last week. That's fun. Paris is phenomenal. The last time I was in Paris must have been when was that? Oh my gosh, like 20 years ago. Now, the complaint that we got was that there were crowds everywhere, but there's Mini One, who is very much enjoying all of her adventures. Can we do something about the posing, though? Like, the posing is really cute, but I could really do without you growing up. Be great. Be phenomenal. There she is holding the Eiffel Tower. Those of you who did not know that the Eiffel Tower in Paris is actually held up by a little kid. Just letting you know, in case you didn't know that. So I asked the question, what did you guys do? The answer, we just ate a lot of desserts. So they did a lot of walking and ate a lot of desserts. The explanation, the logic behind it, I actually kind of appreciated. So Paris is a very much, if you're going everywhere in Paris, you got to walk a lot. I do very much remember that. And a lot of hills. So a lot of these pictures turn out really cute. So a lot of hills, a lot of walking. And Paris is also one of the more expensive cities to be in, one of the more expensive cities to travel in. So when you're sitting down, you oftentimes don't want to sit down for a full-fledged meal. Well, then your option is you can have cheese. Hi, no, cheese. I'll take all of that, please. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Or you can have desserts. Me, I like cheese as dessert. That's my go-to, my favorite thing in the world. But yeah. So they walked, and then when they saw a place that had desserts, they went in and got desserts. And then they continued walking, and then they continued having desserts. And then they walked some more, and then had desserts, and then fell asleep. That's what I'm told. I'm also told that they made grave mistakes of choosing stairs rather than elevators, especially in the metro. Where that, yeah. So they climbed like a building to get out of the metro. And yeah, there was a whole lot of joy. It was pretty phenomenal. Pretty phenomenal indeed. Experience of a lifetime. I think this is audio. I don't remember though. It does. That's yeah. Yeah. One of those two is afraid of heights. I'll give you a guess which one. So, yeah, they had a wonderful, wonderful adventure. I think that this is really important for parents and kids to get out and enjoy the life together. So, yeah, Eiffel Tower, food galore, all the bread, indeed, cheese, baguettes, croissants, crepes. Yeah, give me all the carbs, all the dairy, all the cheese, and all the wine, and I will just be. I don't think I would walk out of Paris without spending a ton of money, and I'd be in a lot of trouble the whole time. So I try to get the breakdown as offered to me by a 10-year-old, which is remarkably complicated because when they're excited, wow, I thought I talked fast. I do talk fast, especially when I'm arguing in court. I thought I talked fast. I got nothing on a 10-year-old that's coming off of a 8-hour plane ride who's excited about their adventure and wants to share everything they did. You could have set land speed record. She was talking about what's going on. She loved it. And she brought back some lovely little gifts for everybody. Me, I got my lovely little pastries. It was phenomenal. Great trip. Mother-daughter trip. Phenomenal. So glad they did it. And memories galore. Those are the things that you hold on. We do that, and we talk about that positivity because we have a very negative case to cover. So thanks, guys, for being here. Much appreciated. Glad you guys are offering all the praise and love. I think I do hear one. There's perhaps watching, so I'm sure we're going to keep the chat to profanity, please. At least for a little bit. I would gain 20 pounds. I would gain 20 pounds, even with lots of walking. I would gain 50. It wouldn't be fair. Because the other thing Paris loves is sauces on steaks. Just, I would be in so much trouble. Yeah. Yeah. And duck fat fried potatoes. Ooh. Yeah. All the food. I think they should do travel. That's how I'm going to do travel when I retire. It's just travel by food. What smaller portion? That's true. Carbs. Yep. Carbs. Where was it? Ian. So speaking of carbs, those of you on the saga of the Leo adventures. By the way, being alone with Leo for a full week, it was exhausting. So he was in his crate for most of the day because I had to go to work. But then going back from work, he was furious at me because he was in his crate all day. So he would get his second wind at like midnight. I'm a night owl. That dog was bonkers. Just completely nuts. Completely nuts. Now, I don't know if any of you know this, but you guess what Leo's favorite treat in the whole wide world is? Most treasured possession in the world. I mean, you guys can guess. You just guess what it is. It's phenomenal. Does Leo not go to the office with you anymore? No. Too big. Way too big. Plus, remember what I said earlier? Office is being packed up and moved to a different office. That dog with cardboard boxes, packing tape, supplies, that's a recipe for disaster. Leo's favorite treat in the whole wide world. It's close. It's not quite pizza bones. It's very close. Nope, not bacon. KFC chicken. You can guess some of you guys remember. That's not hot dogs, chips. No, close. No. French fries. No. I think I saw someone get it. I think I saw Sandy get it. Hot dogs, Emily and Yak. Baguettes. Leo's favorite treat in the whole wide world is a baguette. This dog. Baguettes. I ran out of treats while Minnie and Mischief Manager were gone. I ran out of treats. But I did have a little bit of a stale baguette. I mean, just a little bit stale. The second I pulled that baguette out, that dog sprinting. What can I do? How can I earn this? Can I please earn this? I would love to earn this. Can I please have it? Gave him the baguette, and he doesn't eat it. Nope. Does not eat it at all. Runs to his crate and begins to bury it and hide it. And then when it's the morning time, first of all, I figured it wasn't going to survive the night. It's the morning time, out pops Leo, and what does he have in his mouth? The baguette. He has not eaten it. He has not done anything with it. He has just coveted that baguette for the entire night. Goes straight out of that crate, goes over to the couch, and then proceeds to try and bury it. Then he wants to take it outside with him. He wants to carry this damn thing everywhere. And finally, when he tried to take it outside, he said, no, can't go outside. Shut the door back up. What does he do? Finally sits down and eats it. Yeah, dog loves bread. You know, that dog is owned by a very good family that loves bread too. So, you know what, bud? Same. Mine loves butter. Leo's gotten on the counter and gotten a whole stick of butter before. He mouthed it. He didn't eat it. Oh, I think he has eaten it before. Yeah, he loves butter. Loves the butter. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that, honey. So, mischief manager brought back a stuffies from Paris, little stuffies that are shaped like food. I don't understand why, but they're shaped like food. I don't get what kids like these days. I really don't understand it. I feel like the old curmudgeon all the time. But one of the little stuffies that got brought back was a baguette. It was a stuffy of a baguette. Smile on it, because Paris. This dog has snuck off with that baguette like 8 times. We found it outside twice, out of the kitchen carpet once. I found it all over the house. That dog goes after that little stuffy of the baguette, and he doesn't shred it like every other stuffy in the house. Very careful. Very careful about the baguette. So that was quite the adventure. Quite a lot of fun indeed. So, how you guys doing? What are you up to? Have you been watching the Karen Reed trial? Are you tired of the Karen Reed trial? Are you tired of not hearing the Karen Reed trial? Are you interested to see where this trial is going? I'm very fascinated to see where it's going. This Alex, Zesalex had a dog love pizza crust. He'd carry it around the yard to bury it. But if we tapped on the windows to let him, to let him know we saw him, he'd just go ahead and eat it. Yeah, Leo's the same way. He thinks you're going to take it all the time. He was the weirdest thing in the world. Our great Dane hid a whole block of cheese in her. Wanted to go out. We let her out. Didn't see it until we looked out and saw her chewing. Yeah. Hi, Jim tells you. Glad to see you. I used to cut up a little piece of butter and ate it like it was candy when she was about 3. It grossed all of us out. Yeah, that's kind of. JB, I understand that. Ian and I actually both talked about it. We laughed about it. Ian was like, I'm going to do a shorter recap early. And I was like, good. I'll set my stream for 9 and I'll wait until you get there around 11. There is no conversation or recap that Ian is capable of doing that is short in nature. Now, the recaps are phenomenal. They're hilarious. If you haven't caught them, they're must watches because Ian has these little one-liners that are phenomenal. And this trial has given you some of them so far. But feel free to keep watching him. Don't bother me at all. We're going to be coming. I'm going to be playing some backup and going back to that opening statement because this trial started off very differently, and I wanted to cover a little bit of those openings. And then I wanted to go back over Kerry Roberts a little bit too because I was confused. Kind of wanted to watch some of that and get back to the significance of it, and then we're going to kind of get caught up because I think I'll get into it in a minute. Let's get caught up on the chat first. Lindsay, Leo's in good company. I used to have a cat whose favorite treat was almond shortbread cookies. That's a very strange treat for a cat. How did you discover that? Out of curiosity, that this was their favorite treat. I don't understand that part. Riley, I'm very interested in this case. I like watching multiple good lawyers do a good job, and I love watching other good lawyers comment on it. Yeah, I think that this case and the legal issues presented, the fact that the trial is as complicated as is, and the fact that you have the dynamic between the lawyers. These lawyers really, well, 2 of them in particular, Alan Jackson, Hank Brennan, really hate each other. I mean, they do not like each other at all. They do not. You can see they both can tend to get a little in the weeds when they're trying to make point and counterpoint to one another. And it's not really the most relevant thing, but they're trying to one-up each other. It's interesting to watch. Let's see. Oh, Shay B. That's remarkably kind of you. Thank you. Gifting 50 memberships. Very much appreciated. That is exceedingly generous. Thank you, Shay. DSN is thanking for the gifted memberships. Look at that. Very nice of you, Shay. Thank you very much. Those of you who did just become a member, whether by Shay B, DSN, or anyone else, check out the members only streams. Those are great. They're in the shop, which is now almost up and running. So very close. So very close. Lindsay closing the loop on that question. Kept saying that's fair enough. So, Lindsay, getting caught up on some of the super chats before we move on to some of the coverage. Lindsay says, hi from a gorgeous springtime in Seattle with a sushi dinner. Fun note, next Friday, May 2nd, is the 3-year anniversary of Rob and Ian first appearing on a latest stream together. I didn't realize that. Thank you, Lindsay. That's really nice. That's cool. Also, happy happy birthday and channel birthday to Rob. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I may or may not schedule a lot of stuff around my birthday because once you hit 40, it's really gonna mark too many of those years. Linda Dickey, thank you for becoming a member. Finally, freed. Oof. I'm so thankful for Evan have to ground me after a crazy week here in Wisconsin. Crazy weeks abound these days. There are crazy weeks all over the place. No shortage of craziness to talk about. Glad to have you here finally, Freed. Fiona Boyd Bell, commemorating Anzac Day in New Zealand. Great to join the live. Glad to have you here in the live, watching and participating in the chat. Lisa Paxton, thanks for sharing your beautiful family with us. Well, thank you guys for being so kind and receptive to that beautiful family. It's interesting. Being internet and sharing those individuals on the internet, and you guys as a community have done very well at showing them grace. Very kind. Thank you for that. Vez from Quebec. Bradley the burner, get crazy around bread too. See? Even Vez. Oh, Vez, I see the robot. You got it. That's awesome. Bonnie Nominson. We had a chocolate lab that loved bread. Even Flower ate a whole bag of it. Weird pup. Whoa. Haven't heard of the flower thing before. I think that's a new one for me. Joshua, thank you for gifting memberships. Lynn Britton, yay, it's our 2-year. Thanks for being you. Lynn, thanks for being here for 2 years. Thanks for sticking around, having fun, chatting, being respectful, engaging with in the chat. You guys are you guys are more than half of what makes this community what it is. Allows us to have a good time. Whoop. Anyway, looks like mods might have found some funny little videos to play during interludes. So you can thank them later. Olga, did you get to watch the Masters golf tournament? I did, by myself, in a quiet house, on the couch, all by my lonesome. Didn't have to fight competition for cartoons. I didn't have to talk about watching any other shows. I didn't have to do I did have to do chores, but I chose to do those chores in front of the Masters while I was watching. I fell asleep watching the Masters, woke up watching the Masters. It was phenomenal. Oh, the peace. It was great. Rory McIlroy won, and it was a wonderful tournament all the way around. Thought he was going to lose it there at the end, but he did end up winning. Good for the guy. That's tough. Guy is probably one of the most emotional, shares more emotion on the golf course than I think any other player that's out on for a ride. Man, has he been through some heartbreak. Yeah, I got to watch the Masters. Great tournament. Great tournament. Lola, the good dog. It could be worse. Leo could heart hot sauce as much as his Uncle Runkle. Yeah, no, that would not go over. I mean, that much. Catherine Fraser, I'm glad you're here to summarize the legal stuff. There's a lot of legal stuff. A lot of argument. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of rulings on evidence that are starting to drive me a little bit nuts on some of the things. And why is there so much damn leading? We'll get into that. Sandy, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. Thank you very much, Sandy. Continuing to grow the community and for being a mod. Guys, thank the mods. Thank the mods. Love the mods. Brianna Ruffino, sorry. Divorce update. He finally signed the decree this week, and I have a good cry from the relief. Thank you for live streams. They really got me through it. Brianna, I think I've told this story before. For those of you who do not know, I practice primarily in the area of domestic relations litigation. What that boils down to is family law. And I think I've shared various stories in the past, but there is something very unique about finalizing, in particular, a divorce. Because at the conclusion of that litigation process, I have clients have asked me if they could give me a hug, and I said, of course you can give me. And when you see the judge finally enter the decree, I think I've said in the past, but it's like you're watching every emotion a human is capable of expressing on that person's face at one time. All the micro expressions you could ever imagine flash across that, from sadness to anger to frustration to fear, to relief. I wouldn't really say joy. I think it's more relief. You see a whole lot of emotion. It's very conflicting emotion. So it's very significant emotions that think, right? So you would think you would see a smile and it would be genuine, but the smile doesn't really reflect genuine happiness. It reflects more relief and sadness at the same time. It's a very odd experience for people to go through. So I try to lend a lot of grace to people who have gone through very different experiences in their lives, especially when it comes to court. No one wants their stuff dragged out in court at all. It's not a pleasant experience. Kate Daly, hello, New Zealand, commemorating Anzac Day from the Aussies. Oh, look this up. Learning things every day. What is Anzac Day? Advised to honor members of Australia and New Zealand Army Corps. Ooh, very cool. National Day of Remembrance to all those who served. Thank you for your service. Excuse me. Hey, everyone. Hope you're all well. You're well too. Lisa Paxton, Rob, I graduate from Case Western Law School in June and hope to practice constitutional law. Good for you. Constitutional law, don't be disappointed if you don't find the ability to practice it immediately. Constitutional law is very difficult to get into because there's not a lot of cases out there that are actually worthy of the constitutional law practice. Now, you see it mostly in criminal defense, where you see a lot of con law. You see it in criminal defense. You see it in some civil litigation practice. Eminent domain is a big practice that involves a lot of constitutional litigation back and forth, and then federal powers. So, cheers to you. On that note, I actually have to make another announcement. So, I have one of my law clerks who was hired to be law clerk transitioning to associate attorney, right? Bar results got published today. Virginia bar takers got their results back today. And I'm happy. Clerks is no longer a law clerk. He is now an associate attorney. Got his results today, passed the bar. Congratulations and cheers to him. Told him, go out, enjoy your time, enjoy yourself, have some fun, celebrate, do so responsibly. I don't want to be the one on the other end of the phone get in trouble. So go enjoy. Really cool. Now, flip side of that one is that there are takers of the bar exam. I know at least a few of them who have taken it more than once and were not successful in passing the bar this time. Bar exam is a beast of an exam. And it is one of those things that I know some very bright people, brilliant people, who actually, I know 2 or 3 damn good lawyers, damn good trial lawyers, who did not pass the bar the first. And I know one that's a damn good trial lawyer, didn't pass the second time. So you don't need to fret about that. Realize your support system. You can continue to take the bar. People will be there to help you along the way. And at the end of your career, you'll look back at this moment and you'll laugh. It'll be one more experience to chalk up in a lifelong career that you love. So do it for the right reasons. Go kick that test's ass. Also, don't be afraid to employ different techniques. So you don't be afraid to employ the therapist, psychologist, or psychiatrist, because a lot of people, they go into tests. It's not so much the information. It's the ability to process that information on an emotional level and not freeze up or manage your time appropriately. And sometimes it's psychological in nature. There is such a thing as people that have trouble taking tests. So it's to those who were not successful, don't be disheartened. You got this. Those of you who were successful, welcome to the practice of law. Welcome to the suck. Well, not really. May your careers be long, happy, and many people along the way. Okay. So, shall we get into Karen Reed? Because I want to start at the start. That makes sense, Rob. Start at the start. Of course, it makes sense. We're in a making sense mood. Where we are. We're going to do. We're going to make sense. I do that. Yeah. That's what I do. So let's do this. Got a swoop. Ready, swoop. And we have swoop. People are saying the mic is cutting in and out on YouTube. Let me try to gain it up a little bit so that maybe it'll pick up a little bit more. I don't know if that might be the issue. Sometimes it is. Not. Shall see. Hopefully, no one's eardrums get blown out. Let us go to the very beginning. Share screen. Can I grade the openings? I absolutely can. Absolutely can. Donna Crusoe makes a very good point. For those of you who are here, the 1,200 plus of you, please hit the like button. It does a whole lot. In a little while, YouTube's kind of forgets that I am here from time to time when I have life situations pop up. Please do that. All right, let's get rocking and a rolling. Now people are saying there's a ringing sound. I don't get a lot of what's going on. Let's see. We're going to try. We're going to see if this might. See, I don't hear the ringing, but I'm going to in ears so that I can actually hear what's happening. Either way, we'll try it out. Some of you guys hear stuff, some of you don't. Either way, let's listen to Mr. Hank Brennan, prosecutor. Oh, I didn't catch the cufflinks. I'm a cufflink guy. I love cufflinks. I wear cufflinks all the time. I have good luck cufflinks. I have little T-Rex cufflinks. I love it. All right, rock and roll.
At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter paramedic Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. His heart skipped a beat.
All right. So, right off the bat, 10 seconds in, and we are a mile apart from where Adam Lally started this first trial last year. Like already a mile apart. These two could not have more different styles. It is amazing how different their styles are. I'm gonna turn the volume up on them.
Raced to his equipment and he picked up his bag, which was meticulous. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice commanding that there was cardiac arrest. The most serious of calls for a firefighter paramedic, that means that a person's heart has stopped. He didn't know who it was, he didn't know where it was. He took his bag, he had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning. Another paramedic, Anthony Flamati, would be running this mission. He jumped in the back of the ambulance, the door shut, and they headed off to 34 Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighter Nuttall could not see anything. He couldn't hear anything other than the engine of the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions. He calmed himself, he steadied himself. This is what the firefighters and paramedics are trained to do, to focus. And he focused on his task. He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure all the tools were in place. The ambulance was meticulous as well. This was Anthony Flamati's ambulance, and it was well stocked. He calmed himself and he thought about what was going to happen. What should he be looking for? What is his next steps? He played the scenarios through his mind, and eerie calm was above him. As the car pulled up to 34 Fairview, the ambulance, he stood at the back door, and the doors open. and he stepped out into bedlam. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking, the cold, hard air slapping on his face, and the wind, blizzard conditions swirling around him. You will hear him tell you how he trudged towards those screams in the darkness to snow, and when he got there, he saw 3 women surrounding a man lying, not moving on the ground. He walked up to the man, and he reached down, and he tried to find any signs of life, pulse, anything, and he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over.
Now, here's the challenge with these theatrical openings. And let's go ahead and do this. We're going to use Elaine Bredehoff as an exemplar. And it's going to match kind of what you think. One of the challenges with doing a theatrical opening like this, because I get being dramatic, you're trying to paint the picture, you're trying to tell a story, and there's an importance to it. And he does a hell of a lot better of a job of captivating the audience than did Adam Lally. I'll tell you that for damn sure. But the challenge is when you over dramatize, you can actually screw up facts, right? Or you can gloss over something in a dramatic fashion that when the evidence actually bears out, turns out it's inconsistent with what the evidence actually suggests. So in an effort to make it dramatic and say that Anthony Flametti walked over to this person, 3 people around him, and looked down and he saw the face. Well, he didn't, because CPR was being performed. At least that was my understanding. So the dramatic, I looked down and I saw John O'Keefe lying in the snow. It was, drama's good. Great. Paint the story. Very well done. But if you're going to do that, you better make damn sure that you're saying the facts properly. Now, why does this harken back to Elaine Bredehoff? Because Elaine Bredehoff, you guys remember, held up that little makeup compact, right? Held it up. She covered her bruise with this makeup compact. This bruise makeup compact. Problem is, if you promise that, if you get dramatic and you promise that and you don't deliver, you're in a world of hurt. Yep.
To the woman, and he walked over to that defendant, Kerry, and he told her that he thinks that man is gone. And then he heard the yell from Anthony Flametti, the chief, and he said, "Come back, let's go." Because you'll learn that in the cold, even if somebody's heart stops, even if they're presumed to have passed, sometimes you can still save a life. So you'll see on a dash cam video, you'll hear through testimony, he went back to that man who's John O'Keefe. He went back to him, and that crew, coordinated effort, they did everything they could to save his life. They got on their knees, they began CPR, and firefighter Nuttall will explain as he kneeled over John O'Keefe, he looked up, and the defendant approached him, and you'll see it on the video. Now, he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed, and he said, "What happened?"
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's the problem, Hank. You not over dramatize this, because you're misconstruing what was actually said and what is done just because you want the dramatic effect. I get it, you do, but don't convey this to the jury like it's factual when it's not. He didn't look up to Karen Reed in dramatic fashion, pulling himself away from John O'Keefe, who was there in the snow because he was absolutely going to say this. What happened? Hank, that's not realistic. Stop. You're doing good. Like, you're doing a lot better. I appreciate this delivery much more so than Adam Lally.
Robert?
Yes. Ian, I see you.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I was kind of recapping a little bit of the opening here, and I wanted to catch some of it because this trial could not have started more differently than the last one.
Well, I mean, Brennan actually tells a story in his opening Whereas Lolly told a phone book.
Yes. No, Lolly told a high school yearbook. You know, the one that has like the biography underneath each individual, like what they did and like where they grew up and what their name was and age was. Yeah, I get it. Hank tells a story, but what I was focused on, or what I was frustrated by a little bit here, was when you over dramatize things, you end up stating facts incorrectly. Like he gets there and he says, Nuttall looked up from trying to save John O'Keefe's life and looked into Karen Reed's eyes and said, what happened? It's like, that's not, even from Nuttall, that's not what happened. That's not how that happened. So I am impressed with the fact that he was, well, not impressed. You should be able to do this if you're a trial lawyer. You should be able to have a narrative and be able to say it in a story. You're a storyteller. That's your job. So tell a good story, but do it within the confines of the facts that you're going to present, right?
And you'll hear her words to firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And it was at that time, through the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now, those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context. They didn't reconcile with the injuries. It didn't help him in his treatment, so we ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not a...
Adam Lawley's sitting over there looking like he got put in detention. He just looks so sad. I want to give him a cracker.
Did you see Lally gets to... they actually let Lally have a witness today.
I know. I wonder if he got a popsicle afterwards. Like, or if he got one of like the little stickers that says, I got my booster shot today. It's true. He's been banished.
Oh man, that hit me just I needed that.
With the narrative witnesses, he's horrible, but he did pretty damn well with the expert. I thought he did better than he did in the prior trial.
Well, I think like Brennan had a wire to him to like zap him if he went ahead and said what if any. And so he didn't. He managed to avoid it.
He had one of those the shock belts that was programmed anytime he says what if any. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
But he never actually does it. So I'm like, good for him.
No, he actually did pretty well. And again, I think it's because it's a more fact-based witness. It's not the narrative witness. I think he struggles with drawing emotion out of people.
Well, and also they picked a witness who is so boring.
Oh my God.
That he actually makes Lally seem entertaining and lively by comparison.
No. It was like watching grass grow and then get cut and then grow back again, and it was painful. Now the witness
was like watching a
was
painting of grass and then waiting for it to grow.
Watching someone paint grass in the process of growing. No, but the witness, the one thing I did like about that witness, it was very clear he loved what he did. Like that man loves what he does.
He does, and he wanted to tell the stories. And I wanted to hear the stories, like when he's sitting there going, and then there were the kids, like they discovered because there were kids with SIDS that were coming back as drunk.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want to hear this story. And the thing is that, they're like, sorry, we don't have time for your story time. And I'm like, can we book him in for like another week sometime just to hear the stories?
Can I have a beer with this man, please? I'd just like to hear the stories.
I want to reach out to this guy after the trial and just be like, I don't want to ask you anything about like Karen Reed. I just want to ask you, like, can you come on and tell me the Sid story? Yeah. And like, tell me about what you do, because, and I mean, there'd be some people in the chat who'd be like, F this guy for, because he's on the wrong side. And I'm like, no,
No, he's not. Yeah.
I don't get the
His
feeling that
job.
he really had a dog in the fight either. He wasn't like, I'm trying to convict Karen Reed. He's just like, he's like, I do good science. And they're like, well, isn't it the case that this is not good science? And he's like, no, that is not true. I
Well,
do good science.
He said at first he goes, it's maybe not the best science, but it's still good science. Like I was like, okay, I get you, buddy. I like you. All right. Let me get back to this real quick. So comments on Hank Brennan's opening. My observations, my takeaway of Hank Brennan's opening. 1,000,000 times better than Lolly.
By existing.
Just the opening salvo, the opening statement, his motion around the courtroom, the fact that he actually engages the jury, the fact that he's not reading off of a fucking textbook, he's actually sitting there and speaking to the jurors, and he has a narrative to convey. Now, the narrative might not back up with the evidence, I don't know, but he did a lot better at conveying the information. He was more engaging, and you can see him making eye contact with the jurors.
Rob.
Yes.
Zora got into some stuff that she shouldn't have eaten.
No, she didn't.
And she had a long fart. And that long fart was a better opening statement than the one Lolly gave.
Lolly.
So
yeah. I give you. Now, Hank Brennan also did something that Lolly didn't do. Hank Brennan made the effort of humanizing John O'Keefe. My God, he actually tried to humanize John O'Keefe. I was actually going, okay, thank God he's actually going to mention the person who actually died. Because I feel like Lolly didn't say much of anything about that. Now, Hank Brennan also, this is where I think he did well in opening, but I don't think the evidence is bearing out, or at least his case presentation isn't bearing out that way. Science. How many times did he say the evidence and the science? What was the phrase?
I don't know that he has any other words in his vocabulary after that.
Yeah, science. Hang on. We'll probably, so I'm going to play him like 15 seconds. We'll probably say one.
It was a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see through the data at that time, when he makes his last movements with the phone, is when her car leaves 34 feet at least.
He's actually referring to Brent Spiner there.
Neutral. And then shoots into reverse at the tire spinning.
See? Remember the last time when that fucking witness got up there and said that this car went 25 miles an hour in reverse? And I made the comment of going, I'm guaranteeing that car tracked the speed of the tires spinning. And then that witness mistook that for being the speed on the ground. Hank Brennan got it. He figured it out. He's not stupid. He goes, the tire's spinning. Hank Brennan knows it's not about the speed of the collision. He's not going to talk about how fast the car was going. But here's where I think his case starts to fall apart.
Science and data. Where they laid the charges? Well,
science and data, right? So science and data, that's great. Science and data might have shown me something about the path of vehicle. Where did the vehicle strike the body? That has been my question, and I am waiting for that answer. I'm dying for that answer. I need that answer, and I need him to come up with something that's more consistent and actually give me a statement, not just that. We don't know. His opening statement, this was something that gave me concern, is his opening statement didn't actually describe the mechanism of the injury. He talked about the cause of death being the head injury, but he doesn't talk about, he just says the vehicle struck. But
the car bit him and he died.
Yeah. We're still left to try to gather how this occurred. Now, we got a little bit more today on how we think that theory plays out, but you would think, rather, I would think, my head would go to, if I am giving an opening statement, you better be damn sure I am explaining to the jury exactly the mechanism that caused the death of the individual that's the victim of the crime. Because that's the big question everyone's going to ask. Now, I'm very curious to hear about the cell phone data. The battle of the experts there is going to be very boring, but very interesting. That's oxymoron.
Rob.
Yes.
Very boring, but very interesting.
It's going to be very dry, but I'm going to do my very best to try and understand where
it's
the
gonna
gap
kill
is
some
between
people
the
by
two
how
experts.
boring it is.
It's going to be miserable.
Yes.
But there's
It is going to
daylight
be a
between the
new-
two experts, and I want to figure out how that exists.
I mean, let me put it this way. Pinhead is also recording that portion of the testimony. So when he can be like, we have such sights to show you, they'll be like, no, not the hot pokers and whatever. He's like, oh, it's worse. I'm going to play this testimony. And
I will say Hank Brennan appears to be a lot more organized in how he intends to use witnesses. Now he's all over the place as far as chronology is concerned. And at some point in time, I imagine we'll start to see his style creating a narrative the way he wants to convey it. But I'm still playing catch up on trying to figure out where the hell he's going with it, in what direction he's going, because it seems like we're jumping around a lot. So science and data gets repeated 19 million times. Doesn't say Proctor once. Gives a pretty decent opening. I would probably give the opening statement, I don't know, solid B, B plus.
oh, I gave it an out of 10 rating. So I was waiting to see if, how it would compare to
Out of
on
10.
that. Yeah.
8.
I went with an 8. So
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I feel like he did a pretty good job. It was pretty good.
yeah, I thought it was actually pretty solid. I mean, it's and I know there's lots of people who are just like hey, these guys suck. Everything, has to suck about them. And I'm like, yeah, the thing is that we can also recognize that even somebody who sucks can still have a good opening, right? And still have still do a decent job at whatever. So yeah.
You guys have to realize, here's the other thing. People who have been watching this trial, either the first iteration or even half of the second, even the lead up into this, you have gotten a sense for Hank Brennan in the motions practice throughout the entire time. You've been watching this happen. You've been watching the arguments. You've been watching the whining. You've been watching that. You have been able, that has carried into your assessment of his opening statement. But if you think that these jurors are walking in for the very first time, having not ever mentioned or not ever met, seen, or engaged with any of this stuff before, they're watching this opening statement fresh, no information, no knowledge whatsoever. Pretty good opening.
Yep, and that's the thing,
what I'm
is you got to remember that our take on him is not the jury's take, right? Because people are like, he said a bunch of lies, and I'm like, not to the jury, because the jury hasn't heard any of this before, and so to the jury, it's not lies yet.
Yeah, they don't know that.
Yep.
Now, Jackson came up, and the thing is, so Brennan starts off, and Brennan gave that opening, and I was going, huh. All right, Mr. Brennan, there you are. I see you. I got you. And then we knew that Jackson was giving the opening. And with Jackson, I'm going, huh, this can go one of two ways. He can be his grand theatrical show pony defense lawyer. I was a little bit too. I was nervous he was going to go in way too grandiose.
Yeah. I was like, don't make this the trial of the century. It might be, but you can't tell the jury it's the trial of the century at the time.
Now he does a very good job. Jackson.
And he also does an excellent job of tiptoeing around all the shit he's not allowed to say.
Yeah.
Like to a degree where I was like, ooh, you sneaky little bugger.
He the way he phrases things and Brennan does the same thing. Brennan says a word and you hear it. And if you didn't know that there's like 9 million different things that are missing around that, he tells a very convincing story. Like, this is a really pretty looking object, right? Until you realize there's not a whole lot of foundation there, or that there's a lot of inconsistencies all the way around. Based on Brennan's opening statement, you wouldn't think there was anything wrong with this investigation. You would think this investigation was meticulous and phenomenal and lovable and remarkable.
And defense calls him on it.
It was
that I thought was funny.
It's the one thing that I think I would give him his biggest misstep was that.
I think he had to mention Proctor and he didn't.
I think he had to mention his mistakes. I think you have to mention the shit.
It's always dangerous when you don't.
Will hold it against you, because the second that the jury finds out that there was something in your opening that you intentionally left out that was pretty significant, they resent the hell out of you for.
And
judges,
I mean, Proctor is just he's so big as like what the issue is here that I'm like, you sure that's where you want to go on this?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The evidence in this case
and Jackson
will establish
calls
above
it so hard.
everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision.
That's technically 1 point, Jackson.
Only 1 point. I liked it. I would have actually said
that was a little too cheesy.
There was no. It's a little cheesy, but I would have said 1, there's no collision. 2, no collision. 3, no collision. Make it clear. Don't just hold your fingers up, because there might be jurors that aren't looking, but he was doing that for the jury. But you'll notice something similar about the two of them that Adam Lally did not have in the prior trial. Both Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson know how to project their damn voice. And Alan Jackson more so than Hank Brennan by a mile.
Well, Jackson mics himself up. Brennan is like, I don't need or want a mic. And I'm just going to project. I bet he was projecting harder to the actual jury.
It might be, but the projection is something that is you don't actually teach it in law school. You don't actually teach it to young lawyers, but you learn. The good trial attorneys you will hear.
If you take like any of the moot court stuff, you learn it there for sure.
Yeah, people have been wondering. People ask questions in the chat all the time about why are they yelling. It's not. Those courtrooms are massive, and if you haven't practiced in those courtrooms or been in those courtrooms for a while, those judges and people that are far away can't hear shit. Like you have to project. The number of times that, when I walk in a courtroom, I do the full-chested big boy voice as much as I can and try to blast through that courtroom. And even then, sometimes the judge would say, "Mr. Morton, you take the microphone." Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'll do that. But very good at projection. And people are saying Alessi does too. Yes, Alessi does as well. But right off the bat, immediately engaging.
I've been a moot court. What is it? A moot court judge. And one of the things I almost always end up telling at least one person is you're going to need to use your outside voice. Yep. Like you need to, and they're like, "Oh, I don't want to, I don't want to yell at the judge." And I'm like, "Yell."
Yell. They're not insulted by it.
Yeah. I mean, if they have a problem with it, they'll tell you. And you will never it's unlikely that you'll ever hear a judge say, "You were too loud for my liking." Right?
No. Fun story too. I had 2 motions days in a row. I had a motion on Friday and a motion on Monday. Same case. I won both of them. So opposing counsel was really pissed off. But they were motions that I got to go in there and be the righteous indignation. And I just got to go in there and yell. And I actually got to use the big boy yell, like not just the I'm projecting, but the I'm mad.
I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore voice.
It was so much fun. Oh God, I've missed having those big motions where you're just yelling and you're just like, "Judge, this should not be in this courtroom." And just, oh my God, they're so much fun. But there's a difference between projection and yelling, and judges know the difference. That was the fun part for me. Was on Friday and Monday, both judges I'm in front of quite frequently. Both of them know me, and the second that I started yelling, their eyes both kind of popped open, like, "Wait, why are you yelling, Mr. Morton? Why are you yelling?" "Because I'm mad, Judge. Damn it."
I got big emotions, Judge.
I got big emotions. I got lots of feelings.
I got big feels.
Lots of feelings. Yeah.
John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. Period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that, the science will show that, and the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the
It's a
day,
bold
folks,
start.
there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen?
Jackson and Brennan, different. Here's one thing that I'll give Brennan points for over Jackson. Brennan walked around the courtroom, no notes, no binder,
He's got notes.
no nothing. Did Brennan go back to him at all? I didn't see him look down at all.
Yeah, he goes back to them occasionally.
Oh, he does?
He's got notes. The thing is he's real smooth about it, but he does use his notes. He just goes back to them and is like, "Yep, let me." He quickly glances at them, and then he goes from there. But he does actually have notes, and he does use them, but he does it smoothly, better than Jackson does.
Both do very good. Both are very engaging.
Oh yeah, I mean Lolly was reading, and Jackson is checking his notes, but he's not doing it in a way that is like, where you're like, dude. I did have a few moments where I was like, eyes up, man. But for the most part, he does a much better job.
The big thing with notes is, and notes is not a criticism. Notes are actually important to have. So it's good to have the notes. But the worst gripe that judges will have is if you are looking at your notes and you begin talking while looking at your notes, that pisses judges off. Look at me while you're talking. Like, you can have notes. Look down, read them, but then make eye contact with me when you're talking to me. And jurors do the same thing. If it's very clear that you're reading to me, I'm checked out.
Yeah.
So read your notes, then look up and talk. I'll give you the grace to read your notes. It's not going to bother me. Read your notes. But when you're making your point, look at me. And Jackson does.
Reed ended up sitting in that chair on trial for an event that literally never happened. Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation.
The question he's trying to answer here is, if not guilty, why in guilty person's seat?
Named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case, and he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop, who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer, nope. He's a Boston cop too.
I do love that.
I love that we were arguing so fervently in pretrial motions about inflections on text messages. And then he immediately reads that text message exchange in the most nefarious inflection he can. It was masterful. But I love that Jackson was so concerned. Judge, this is exactly what I'm concerned about. They're going to get up and read the text messages and they're going to make it theater. Meanwhile, Alan Jackson makes it theater.
Oh, I mean, not just theater. That was some Shakespeare right there.
It was. Long pause. Nope. He's a Boston cop too.
Specifically, that was probably like some Hamlet. Someone's getting murdered in that particular performance.
One more time. Someone's getting murdered, and it was what?
Someone's getting murdered in that particular performance.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic and tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted, and corrupted from the start. Corrupted by...
Yep. And by Hank Brennan not mentioning at least some of the errors in that.
He leaves himself wide open to
Wide
this.
open.
And the thing is it makes him, like, if I was Brennan, I would have come in and said, listen, I'm not going to tell you this was a perfect investigation, because it wasn't. You are going to hear about how this investigation was conducted by an officer who has now been disgraced. He's no longer a Canton police officer. He was so, they got rid of him. However, notwithstanding that, you are going to hear and you will conclude that this investigation was still sound. That notwithstanding the flaws of this officer, and this officer did make mistakes. He did, and those mistakes mean that he cannot continue as a, as a Canton police officer. Yeah, he, these are fatal to his career. But nevertheless, this investigation is sound. You will hear, you can conclude whether or not his errors with respect to use of solo cups, whatever you want to throw out there to make it,
But I mean, is it? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, they can just say, like, listen, this is flawed, but it's, and that's what I would do, is just to say, like, hey, and somebody saying it would be an outright lie to say the investigation is sound. It's within the realm of things that he could say, right? It's not, I don't think that that's something that's going to be sanctionable for Brennan to say, hey, this is
your argument is, and this is where I think the biggest mistake is, if your argument is data and science, right? Data and science, then in large part, you can bring up Proctor and say, and we don't need him, and I can still prove she did it.
Yep.
Like you literally say, my case is based on data and science. Take the human factor out of it. Take everything out of it. And
I'm going to invite you to only conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you conclude that Proctor is dirty, you still have to conclude, based on the data and science, that Karen Reed did it. Two things can be true. He can be a bad cop, and still, Karen Reed can be guilty. And I mean, that's the argument they'd make. That's what I would be, if I'm Brennan, that's where I'm swinging on that. And I'm not just pretending Proctor doesn't exist.
And you know what? If I'm Brennan and I've got the key cycle information from the vehicles, I know that they've got new data on that I'm very curious to hear about, the GPS and the key cycling data. I know that there's a new extrapolation of that. If I have that, and I think that that's my strongest evidence, you better believe I'm laying that out in my opening statement, piece by piece, second by second, and I'm telling you exactly what that's going to prove. I don't know why
he's kind of hiding the football a bit.
Yeah.
And that just makes me think, like, dude, if you're hiding the football on this,
do you not have it?
Because if he's saying that, like, the key cycling and GPS data conclusively establishes it, you're right. Why not put that, like, massively out there and be like, we got her? What do you mean? What else do you need?
Yep. A few minutes more of Jackson, then we'll go to the witness. Do I want to watch Nuttall get annihilated and cross?
He's got the perfect name for it.
Yeah, we can watch a little bit of that cross, because that cross, we'll watch a little bit of the direct, a little bit of the cross.
By bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt.
This was, I thought, his best part. Thank you for doing this too, Mr. Jackson, because this was your best part. Tell the jury right off the bat, re-emphasize that burden, because if you don't get that to them first.
I thought it was the weakest part of their close last time that they
Yes.
didn't hit reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And now they're coming back and saying reasonable doubt is, the thing that you need for this one. I'm like, thank you. Reasonable doubt always favors the defense. It is never on the side of the prosecution, just ever. And so the defense always, the defense always is going to be hammering on that. And the prosecution will always be trying to downplay it, where they'll be like, well, reasonable doubt doesn't mean, a fanciful doubt or something like that. This was a criticism that I think a lot of the lawyers, and so he didn't hijack the phrase to a moral certainty. That's actually the phrase that's written in the instructions, the jury instructions. Reasonable doubt in Massachusetts has this to a moral certainty added in. So of all of the states where reasonable doubt is explained or articulated to the jury, Massachusetts has one of the strongest instructions that exists that I've ever seen. And it's pretty remarkable. And the biggest criticism that I think every lawyer had of the defense last time was that they put a burden on themselves that they should have never owned, ever. Yeah. They basically cast aside the reasonable doubt as any argument whatsoever, thinking that the jury would think that they're hiding behind that. And instead, the jury viewed what they were doing in third-party culpability was smoke and mirrors. So instead of feeling like you're tricking the jury, use that reasonable doubt. Hammer that as hard as you can and do it I always say, and lawyers have different ways of saying it. I think Andrea calls it primacy and recency. Or no, what is it? How does she phrase it? I forget. But mine's always begin strong, end strong. Yep.
You have to come in and very strongly state your case right off the bat. You have to. And you have to put it in their mind immediately. And Brennan did a decent job, but I think where Brennan missed the opportunity was to actually explain the mechanism of that. Jackson, I think, and when you hear him emphasize the reasonable doubt standard, I think this was what was missing in the first trial, was don't own this burden of proving a conspiracy. Don't own that. You can suggest it. And you can let the jury reach their own conclusions, but own the reasonable doubt and put that in their mind immediately. Make the jurors understand that everything that they have to perceive, they have to view it through this lens, and hit them right off the bat. Scare them a little bit. You're supposed to. So I thought that was a good way to do it.
And to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances.
Argument. This was what Brennan and Jackson did. They both could have been objected to 9 million times during their opening. This was a closing argument. This is all argument.
Emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer,
and today they said, look at his window.
Yep.
Never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about. Never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need. Never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn.
Argument. Still argument.
More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight. You'll have questions about that conduct during the course of.
Leave it there. I like that. Leave it there.
You'll have questions about it.
Leave it there. Don't square that circle. Leave it right there. Pique their curiosity. Make them question a lot of the conduct. Do it from the beginning. Place reasonable doubt as your lovely shield and blanket. Use it. Well done. This one got a 9. I'd give him a 10, but I'm going to give him a 9 because there was a bit
I also
of
gave him
reading.
a 9. There were a couple of places where I was like, not quite.
Yeah, I would have
But by and
preferred that he
large-
look up more and not read from his notes as much as he does. I appreciate that he did, but he got a 9 out of 10.
Yep, that's where I was. And the thing is at the point of 9, every issue you've got with him is quibbles, right? It's like,
Yeah,
would be proud to do this.
Yep.
It's just, you're like, well, I could see a couple of places where it could have been better, but it's really good.
I thought it was good. I thought both counsel did a good job. Again, we are a mile away from the beginning of the first trial in as far as capability of the lawyers. Both lawyers handled themselves and acquitted themselves very well for that opening statement. Plus, that courtroom is fucking tiny.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is itty bitty. I mean, I should show y'all some of the courtrooms that I'm in. Like, that is laughably small. Do you remember the courtroom for Depp be heard to ask Rise courtroom?
Yep. That was a big
was
courtroom.
Nice and big and spaced out, and like I get to argue bench trials in that courtroom. It is awesome. You want to talk about learning how to project your voice? Argue a bench trial in that courtroom where you're the only ones in there. Yeah, you got to project. But this courtroom is itty bitty. So sometimes lawyers, especially the ones that are more mobile, I'm more mobile. Having a little extra space makes us more comfortable. We can get in a rhythm. I don't know how I could do Judge Canoni's courtroom. We catch up on some of these questions and chats. Steve A. 4 days until 2 full years. Loving the FNF. Thanks for being here, Steve A. AG popping in from Runkle Stream. The email. Oh, I need to take a look at that. Sorry, AG. That's my bad. I have a backlog of emails I've got to get to. Again, moving the office sucks. Debbie W. Just over a week until I take my 10-year-old to see his favorite band. He's super excited. Mini metalhead. Not going to lie. I'm excited to see Disturbed too. I have several friends that have gone to see Disturbed as recently as last year. You're in for a treat. That
I'm
show is
envious 'cause
apparently
none of these
amazing.
things make it to Canada.
Oh, we just got the calendar for one of the venues here, Wolf Trap. It's one of my favorites, outdoor amphitheater. But my God, names on the summer list and the summer playlist is ridiculous. I think it's laughable. All these old bands, and by old I mean stuff that was like when I was in high school, popular. There's no big names. It's sad, but Disturbed, I've heard it's a great concert. I hope you have a great time. Hope the 10-year-old has a great time. Maybe bring some headphones even for the 10-year-old.
Yeah, that's an earplugs concert.
Yep. Geek Butts. I was watching Baker today and heard Lolly and thought they were playing old testimony. Haha. Yeah, there was a Lolly, and he got a lollipop after a very good day of testimony. Brentwood Chic, thank you for gifting memberships. 20th Century Fox. Hey, Ian, 3 anniversary with Rob Harding every minute. Thank you for being here. That's awesome. And yeah, Ian, I'm being told that this is, I think not today, but next week will mark the 3-year anniversary of you and I appearing on the same stream on Leap.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, pretty cool, right?
That is awesome. And like just one of those things that like you never expect to have happen and then is like awesome and life-changing.
Yeah, really cool. Lynn Britton, I was in a meeting with someone who follows too, and at the same time in the meeting, we just went, wait, what? Meeting was cool, just 3 of us in it. That's fun. That's awesome. Carolyn English, should Canoni be recused? She seems biased. Recusal is up to the judge that's presiding. She ain't going to recuse herself.
It's tough to convince a judge to recuse.
Yep.
And I mean, I've had judges recuse themselves, but almost always when a judge does, it's on their own motion.
Oh, yeah. We have it. I have it where I am quite a bit. Loudoun County is rather small, at least when I'm trying cases in Loudoun County. I've had judges in the middle of a witness testifying going, wait, I know this witness. You have to go to a different courtroom. You're like, oh, shit.
I had one where it was set for a trial in a small courtroom, and the judge is just like, we're not having trial today. And the Crown is like, why not? And he's like, because when I was a defense lawyer, this guy was my client. I cannot. And the prosecutor's like, okay.
Yep. Julie, off topic. Ian, why are proceedings secretive in Canada? I want to know why mistrial is called in OHL SA case in Ontario.
2 things. One, it's an SA case, so it is it's much more likely to be, there's publication bans and all of that fun stuff. But 2, because it's Canada just doesn't reveal a lot of the same stuff. So we for instance, our courts just don't televise or anything like that. So yep.
Rosebud, I wonder if Hank has a fanfic account on AO3. Lindsay, Ian, your client was being accused of theft. Wearing a stuffed baguette allegedly belonging to Mr. Manager. Photographic evidence of this theft. I'll even give you the metadata. Lindsay, thank you, Lindsay. Cal Marie, 2 whole years. Happy Affadavit all. Happy Affadavit to you. Koch of the Frankfurter. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, and I'm happy to share it with you. Bless you. Might end up in replay crew though. Have to get up early today. Well, happy birthday. Make the best of it. Enjoy every single second, and I hope you enjoy the entire birthday weekend. Bonnie Nominson, exactly. If he got out of the passenger side, why would he walk behind Karen's vehicle? None of this makes sense. It's very confusing when you try to play all this out, which means that reconstructionist better not be Trooper Paul quality.
It's Trooper Paul.
Yeah. Olga, thank you very much. Very generous of you. If Brennan ever decides he doesn't want to prosecute, he would either make a great voice actor or a tea gossip YouTuber. Oh. Brennan as a voice actor? I don't know if I can handle that.
That would be scary.
That would be a challenge. I don't know if I could do that. That would be tough. Unless he was playing a very whining character. That was mean, Rob. Nice. Gin VR. Rob, he can't say how a cop killed him. Bad for the case. Koch the Frankfurter, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. D. Finch, hey, Ian, have you mailed the Runkelbot yet? It's still going out.
I've got a bunch of stuff I got to mail, so I got to check that.
Yeah, I have packages that are waiting to be taped up. Actually, I ordered pool noodles for some things that need out to wrap.
It's a giant whole thing, and I just I got to figure out how I do this in future because, yeah.
Crazy Cat Queen, one big thing I've learned from LawTube is that if I am ever put on a jury, I will take notes from the opening to make sure neither side is lying. Sometimes they won't let you take notes. Remember things from your head. So every jurisdiction is different. MYB, EDB said Karen talked herself in account too with that docu-series, and this is why and J so focused on hypothermia. Oh, why why they're so focused on the hypothermia?
I mean, this is why I tell people
Don't.
don't talk to the police, and the media are the police. I mean, they don't think they are, but they totally are. I know several people in the media who'd be super like pissed at that, but by and large, the media helps the cops.
You don't do yourself any favor. I mean, they get the stuff on the cutting room floor. They got all of it. So this is funny. Janet Hill was watching, catching up at 2 times speed, and hubby said, "Oh my God, wow, he talks faster than you. You should see me you should see me when I'm giving a closing argument and I have a time constraint." Oh, baby, you want to see someone cover some material quickly? I'm your guy.
I had a moment at one point where I was arguing an appeal, and they said, "Mr. Runkle, 5 minutes." And I looked down and I was like, I got 15 minutes worth of stuff I want to talk about. So zoom. And
I told you the story about one of the trials I had recently where I had the clock up on my computer, and there was a prosecutor that was a buddy of one of my client who was sitting in the gallery. The prosecutor was watching the clock, and the prosecutor was like, "Civil trials are weird. You guys," I saw that clock come up, and after the judge's ruling happened, and he said that the ruling was counting against your time, and he goes, "I've never seen someone adjust and move that quickly." And I was like, "Yeah, I got to move within this time constraint. I can't take forever."
It's straight up.
Yep. Graph Granny, did the judge not allowing reference to ARCA and opening throw him off just a little? Do you think? No.
Yeah, I thought he actually did an amazing job, notwithstanding that, because that easily could have thrown him off. And he was just like, "Matt, we good."
I think it was fine. I didn't think he needed it.
Yeah.
Nikki
He
Lewis
handled that like a champ.
Yep. Nikki Lewis, wish AJ's stuck, not hit by the car versus nitpicking witnesses. We'll get to that. I will get to some of that. Unchecked lie. Brennan said, "We're not going to try to prove that she intended or wanted him dead, but she's charged with assault with intent to murder." How? Because you engage in an action, you intentionally engage in an action that could, as its consequence, have death as the result.
So really common example of this is like somebody is saying, I didn't want him to die. And you're like, yeah, but you pointed a shotgun at his chest and you pulled the trigger. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I definitely wanted to stop him from I was robbing the guy and I wanted to stop him from mouthing off. And I figured he'd be a lot less mouthy with a shotgun blast at his chest. And they're like, yeah, okay, we believe that you didn't actually want the guy to die, but like, you are aware of what happens when you shotgun a guy to the chest. And it's like, yeah.
it doesn't even have to be that extreme. Let's say, for example, I mean, this comes up in the prank cases where people are pulling pranks on each other. Let's say that, hypothetically, Karen Reed was really mad at John, and she was driving the vehicle backwards at him, not with the intention of hitting him or killing him, but with the intention of scaring the hell out of him.
Well, I bet that would scare the hell out of him.
And she slammed on the brakes, but because of the ice and snow, it slid back into John and killed him. She engaged in an action, intentionally pressing her foot on the accelerator while the vehicle was pointed at a human being, engaged in action intentional action that could, as a consequence, have fatality or death as a result. And that the death was foreseeable when you intentionally engage in that behavior. So that is
poisoning cases.
Poisoning cases, yes, that's a good one too.
I didn't want them to die. I just wanted them to be too sick to go to prom with the dudes so that I could go, and so that I could pick up the dude. It's like, yeah, but you put a poison in his food and he died. Like, how that goes. Come on.
Jill Higgins, at this point, I don't care if she's factually innocent or not. How can you look at this investigation and not have reasonable doubt is beyond me. That's where I am. Tracy Collins, can we watch an opening you'd consider a 10?
It's going to be hard to find a 10 because 10, like, I mean, I'm just trying to think, like, where do you find a perfect opening?
Clarence Darrow. But even so,
9.5.
yeah, I think you'd still get 9.5. I don't think you can have a perfect opening. I think we're always going to nitpick, because at the end of the day, you're speaking to individuals that are humans and who themselves have different perceptions of what it is you're telling. SFN Texas. We had to put my daughter's dog to rest this week. I'm so sorry. She was kind of the family dog. Thanks for the distraction tonight. Happy to be the distraction. I'm very sorry for you. Cal Marie, you skipped one of the best parts of AJ's opening. He ended with not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Counter Brennan's I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I saw that. It was a good touch. It worked. The theatrical, I get the theatrics. It was definitely better openings than the first trial. Craft Granny, I slept through the direct hit of a Cat 2 hurricane. But I can't understand this is neither Jen did not get her first responder brother right there in the house to help save her friend. I mean, why didn't she go and get anyone in the house to come out and help with CPR or any life-saving measures? I don't know. That's a question the jury's going to have. WW, kids and I both have silicone earplugs and over-ear hearing protection. We use both for Metallica in September. We'll be using both again for Disturb. Good call. Very good call. Sandy, we will absolutely do this. I will raise a glass. Just wanted to raise a glass to Secret McSquirrel, who passed away 2 years ago tonight. For those of you who do not know who Secret McSquirrel is, she was a dear friend and person in the chat that, I mean, she was probably one of the first people who became a friend to all that began streaming legal. She was right there to lend a helping hand.
So I'm breaking out the good
her.
scotch for this. So Secret McSquirrel, my introduction to Secret McSquirrel was I started streaming the Johnny Depp trial, and previously I had done streams that had like 60 people in them. It was like the top. And then suddenly I am like, I'm there at the Johnny Depp trial and I'm running a stream, and there are, I think it was like 8,000. It was like insane. I don't think I've ever hit that kind of, numbers. And I'm watching the chat, and the chat is insane. Like it is zooming by. It is whatever. And people are being shitty to each other. Like I can't keep up with the number of people because people are like wanting to fight over things. And then I just see Secret McSquirrel in there going, throw me a wrench. Like I can help. Like throw me a mod. And I was like, I am drowning. I'm going to, I'll trust this random person. So I, throw her a mod, and like 2 minutes later, chat is just under control. And I was like, oh, thank God. She modded like everybody's things. She stayed up to weird hours to do it. And she was always super friendly, super like lovely, super everything. And so she was a great person. And later she developed some health issues. The
she had them. She just didn't. She didn't tell us about. She didn't tell anyone about.
She didn't tell us how bad they were because she didn't want us to worry. She also didn't tell us about some other stuff because she didn't want us to fight for her, and we would have, but she was like, I don't want you worrying about it. So, anyway, ultimately she passed, and it was, the world is a sadder place for losing her. So somebody asked, did we get her the bench? We did a fundraiser for her. That fundraiser covered her funeral. It covered a bench. It covered, she loved birds. She's got a bench with birds. So, yeah.
Very much missed. She is very much missed. She's the reason why there is a squirrely mod. So her absence is always felt. But cheers to hopefully a restful year. Okay. Always difficult to go back to the chat, but we have to keep reading through some of this stuff. Lady Fang, Australia doesn't televise court either. A lot of places don't. Raina, so happy to be here. Happy to have you here, Raina. Equality, thanks for making this infuriating trial tolerable. Our very best. Minnesota knows. I went to Three Doors Down concert with my then 5-year-old. Whoa. She loves it so much that she wants to go to more concerts. She also hates loud noises and loves metal music. She was headbanging to Parkway Drive at 2. That's cool. That's a cool. Here's Cat Queen. Thank you very much. Also, thanks to you guys. I've told 150 plus college students the only thing they should ever say to the cops is, I want a lawyer. Kids couldn't believe a boomer would teach them that. You know, don't talk to police. Marmar. See you. Hi, friends. Good to see you. Hugs all around. To you as well. Ryan, Byron Butterfield, raising one to Secret McSquirrel. Please. Okay. I know that was difficult. We're going to go on to listen to a little bit of we'll finish with this one. Amy Griff, 4 weeks ago, asked for prayers for my dad. He was admitted to the hospital for blockage of liver. He just got port put in for chemo, early cancer, pancreas, liver, and colon. Caught cancer in the horse she rode in on. I'll agree on that, and prayers are being absolutely. Okay. Got to move on. Still have to cover this crazy trial. Timothy Nuttall, first witness.
Sir, could you pull the microphone down a little bit closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, to Judge Bev. Think that might have rubbed her the wrong way a little bit.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
So my
Always
name
a
is
great way to start.
Timothy Nuttall. I'm 28 years old. I've been a firefighter.
I didn't realize how young he was. So he would have been, what, 25? 24? Wow. I didn't realize how young he was.
Paramedic for ever since I graduated high school. I graduated in 2015. I took my EMT class and got my certification while I was actually still in high school. From there, I moved on to the BLS transfer side of EMS. There's 911 EMS, and then there's transfer, which is basically back and forth from hospital to hospital. I was brand new and very young, so I started on the transfer side, kind of learning the job. I started primarily in the city of Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Somerville, up there. And then after a little while, I got my feet wet in the 911 side. So I was running BLS 911 in those cities as well. And then I progressed on to become a paramedic. So
Why do you have such an interest in being a first responder at a young age?
I kind of grew up in a first responder household. My father was a firefighter in a local town. So we spent kind of a significant amount of time at the station when he was on shift. It's just kind of how I grew up, kind of learning the ins and outs of public safety. That's just kind of how I came to be interested in the profession, and then I took it from there. So
I want to take us back just a little bit. When you first became interested in training to be a first responder, did you share with us your first training was as an EMT?
yes, sir.
Can you share a little bit with the jury what that entails?
So to become an EMT, like I
Suffice to say, we get through the background. It was a lot quicker than Lolly's every single question of everything. Where did you go to school in the second grade? Did you have this teacher as well? Did you do this when you graduated middle school? It was pretty quick. It took a bit, but it got us to the substance. So this witness then brings us our first look at the video where they arrive on scene. And the direct ends up being rather short. Say. Check.
Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital,
yes, sir.
and just share with us what happens when you get there.
So after we got there, we handled fine. following intubation and positive pressure ventilations.
You lift him, with the court's permission.
Where was it? Because I want to get to this. I flew past it and I wanted to get to it. The one part where you really had to go after it.
Separate bags. But I just, on the way there, I just got in. I didn't know how their night had gone. So I just took a real quick look at everything just to make sure everything was there and everything was exactly how it needed to be. So I was able to just grab all 3 bags, put them on my person, and get ready to, so as soon as the ambulance was on scene, just step off and go to work.
Not knowing much information about what you're going to confront, what goes through your mind as you prepare before you get off the ambulance?
Just basic scenarios. I mean, again, unresponsive.
Again, go back to Hank Brennan's opening statement about how the drama and how he's amped up and tense and how he's completely ready to take on any emergency. Does that mirror what he's telling you right now? Just from his personality and how he's portraying this leading up to this?
He's like, I grabbed the bag.
Yeah. It's like I just playing through my head what this could be. I'm not sitting here amped up and, oh my God, this is the most significant. Sounds pretty chill to me.
Responsive mail in the snow could mean several things. Not having much to go off on the dispatch was, it left much to be desired in terms of what we might need. So in gathering all the equipment together, it can kind of cover all the major bases, if you will, in terms of what we were expecting to meet once we got on scene.
How was your focus before you get off the ambulance?
It was ready to go. A dispatch like that, any unresponsive mail in the snow, it can kind of up the level because you just don't know what you're walking into. You know, it could be anything.
In the back of the ambulance, you can't see outside.
I mean, not
Could you
anything.
tell
It's not going to
anything
be
about
like
the weather
Sasquatch.
conditions based on the way the ambulance was moving.
Also, tell me where you're getting this from the back of the ambulance. You can't see anything outside. There's still the little slits of window in the back.
I don't know which design of ambulance they have. Maybe.
I don't know either. It may be.
Again, being in the back, as you noted, it just seemed to be taking a little bit longer than normal. I really had no visibility at all. Like I said, I was in the patient compartment. It's very limited visibility in the back, and it's limited visibility. There's like a peephole that's maybe 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet to kind of peek up front. But again, I was so busy getting everything together, I really didn't notice. But I did note it took a little bit longer. We were going not slow, but we were going cautiously.
When the ambulance finally stopped and the doors open, tell the jury what you
I
see.
mean, if you want to go slow,
So
you got to get
as
Lally.
I mentioned, I had 2 bags in the cardiac monitor, so 3 pieces of equipment with me, and I stepped out of the back or the side of the truck. There's a back compartment or a back door and a side door. I stepped out of the side door, and I immediately noted the wind had picked up and the snow seemed to be heavier, and I could hear like a distant screaming off in the distance. Wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from.
What was the visibility like?
It wasn't great. It was still dark out. The sun had not come up yet. The snow was coming down, as I said, heavily. And it wasn't great all around.
Was it cold?
It was cold, yes, sir.
And so when you hear the screams, what do you do next?
I started making my way kind of towards the sound.
Again?
Side note, not a single what if anything, by the way. Like, what if anything did you do next? He clearly did something next. This is how you ask questions in direct examination. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a direct examination that's being properly conducted, at least somewhat. A little bit of leading.
There is
I
a
don't know.
time and a place for like what if anything. You know,
The time isn't all the time.
what if anything did you find on the body? Is like, somebody can say like, yeah, I found his wallet, or they can say I found a gunshot wound, or they can say I found nothing.
Yeah.
Like that's where you bring that out. You
It's
don't bring
not-
it out just for every single thing.
It's not. What if anything was the weather doing outside? There was clearly weather outside, Lolly. Who, if anyone, was driving?
Yes.
I don't know.
Although that one might actually get to be a with self-driving cars.
I knew it. I said, what if anything? And we summoned an Emily. Who, if anyone, was driving? That was my favorite what if anything line of the entire trial. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Well, I sure as hell hope somebody. This isn't Homer Simpson or Bart Simpson learning cruise control. So just the drama and inflection that Hank Brennan put into his opening statement is not mirroring what Nuttall is giving the jury. So it's the first inconsistency the jury gets to see.
Following sounds, I couldn't see anybody yet. So I just kind of followed the sounds. And then once I was able to get around the side of the truck, that's when I was able to see a group of 3 individuals with Canton Police. and I started making my way over to them to see where the patient might be located and what was going on.
All right. So remember the second part of Hank Brennan's big, lovely, dramatic part of Nuttall, right? Is that he's there crouching over the body and he looks up at Karen Reed and says, "What happened?" And Karen Reed said back, "I hit him. I hit him. Skies opened and the sun cast down, and all of a sudden judgment was befalling upon Karen Reed." No, but that was how Lolly conveyed, or not Lolly. Sorry, that's a misconstruction. That was how Brennan conveyed that event transpiring. Let's hear how it actually happened, or how
As you get closer,
actually
tell
is.
us what you see.
So as we approached the scene,
And
as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So he was laying on his back.
Okay.
From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep. So I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any
Wait, you
signs of
knelt
life,
on his
it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the.
no, I use a glass thermometer to stick up his butt. How do you think I check for life? Damn it! Like what do you think we did?
Rob, I
Karate
feel like
pulse.
you may have gotten a poor score at EMT school.
That's what. No. What was the Murdoch? The Murdoch one was the armpit, right?
Oh yes, the
I
armpit.
stuck my hand in his armpit. How'd you find out how he died? I stuck my hand in his armpit.
And you
Yeah,
check
that
for any
was
signs
weird.
of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Like and just real quick, 2 seconds. You can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse and I found none.
How is his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
He wasn't warm?
No.
And so after you touched his cold skin and you felt the carotid, is it carotid artery? Is that? how you
Yes, sir.
call it?
Carotid artery.
Did you come to any initial quick assessments or conclusions in your mind?
So I found, like I said, I checked for signs of life, the carotid, the signs of breathing. I found none. From there, we had ascertained that there is no signs of life. As I was checking that, the other 2 individuals on the ambulance came and met me, and they began doing the same thing just to check. I mean, sometimes you can look and you can miss. So the other paramedic, Anthony Flamati, started checking my work, and then we kind of went from there. But I found no signs of life in my initial.
So firefighter paramedic Flamati arrived to this person after you did.
Yes, sir. I was the first one to actually put hands on the individual and check for signs of life.
Did you later learn the name of this man?
I did.
And what was that?
John O'Keefe.
After you found no signs of life for John O'Keefe, did you get up and go to speak to anybody?
I did. So as being a second set of hands on the call, it's really not my call, like in terms of treatment modalities and how we want to progress. So after I found no signs of life, I kind of.
Bit of a gripe here, and it might be a personal gripe. I hate when a witness is asked a question, did you do something? And they don't just answer that question. They go into a full narrative of their thought process. And
Oh, you're gonna hate this trial, Rob.
I know. No one answers the
'Cause,
question.
Yeah, this trial is full of witnesses who it's like, did you have breakfast tomorrow? And they're like, well, let me tell you about how Karen Reed is guilty. And you're like, what the heck does that have to do with your breakfast?
Did you
sir?
have
And they're like,
breakfast? Karen Reed likes her breakfast fried over easy with blah, blah, blah. No, I asked you a simple question. Can you answer the fucking question?
yeah, no, there's so many witnesses who just want to shoot in their little, their thoughts.
And it's frustrating because you can tell it's not that they have done this version of testimony for like 4 or 5 times. They've done prep like 18 times. They have
And
these
they've
words.
collaborated with other witnesses like
Oh, God.
62 times.
At least Kerry Roberts.
I got up to kind of look around real quick. I went over to the individuals, the 3 individuals that were there, and just said, "Hey, I just have found no signs of life. We're gonna see the next steps." And as I was saying that was when Anthony Flamati, who is the lead paramedic on this, made the decision. This is a workable cardiac arrest.
Let me ask you 2 questions. The first is, as a paramedic
What? And the
firefighter, are there
second
times when
is-
you're the lead
Oh.
paramedic on a call?
Yes, sir.
And so it changes call by call, but this one was firefighter or paramedic Flamati's lead.
Correct. He was the lead paramedic on this call.
There are other times when you're the lead and firefighter or paramedic Flamati is on your crew and you lead.
Yes, sir. So we typically switch off. We'll do one, and then once my rotation is complete, we'll do the next one. So it's patient for patient, typically.
When firefighter paramedic Flamati called you back and said it was a workable situation, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So in medicine, there is a term that is you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Meaning your core temperature, your core body temperature has to be within normal limits for it to be considered a futile attempt at resuscitation. Noting that, Tony, the other paramedic, Tony Flamati, realized that this gentleman was very cold to the touch and that this was now a hypothermic cardiac arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting, which means as providers,
Ooh, you kind of switched those words up, didn't you? Like there's a very big difference between a hypothermic cardiac arrest, and hypothermic setting. Hypothermic setting is environmental in nature.
we have a duty to initiate life-saving measures, CPR, ventilation, and continue those efforts until we get him to a hospital and a physician is able to take over and they're able to monitor his core body temperature for a certain amount of time.
I want to ask you about a term you used. You said a hypothermic situation. As a firefighter paramedic treating a patient at the scene, you're not diagnosing hypothermia, are you?
No, sir.
So you're not making a medical diagnosis. You're just saying it's a hypothermic.
Brennan's like, would you like to?
It'd be really convenient if you could.
It's would you like to reconsider? Because I'll give you that opportunity. Like he wants that so bad. Because it's what he's doing is he's basically going, I'm not willfully misleading the jury by willfully misleading the jury, right? It's not. I bothers me.
situation because of why?
Just because of the conditions, he was extremely cold to the touch, and he was in the elements. We didn't know how long, so taking the fact that he is extremely cold to the touch and he had been outside for an unknown.
How'd you feel that through the puffy jacket that you said he was?
The puffy jacket that he imagined?
Mm-hmm.
Amount of time, that quantifies it to us as a hypothermic arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting.
Is there anything about Mr. O'Keefe's fingers or hands or his face that gave you any indication if he had been there just recently or had been there for a while?
His fingers were.
Would you have objected to that? I think I would have objected to that.
I don't know that there's much point.
Bev would have let it in. Like that would have
Yeah.
that objection would have lost. Bev would have let it in. I don't want to alienate the
And-
jury that early on.
Are you trying to get the appeal issue? No.
No, because it's not. It's a judgment call on whether that comes in or not. Whether an EMT would have that capability of assessing that. Yeah, he
Let
might
it
have the
slide.
credentials of doing that. I let it slide too.
Quite cold. They were not well perfused at all. They were
What does
very,
that
very.
mean? I don't know. What does not perfuse mean?
Sorry, there was did not appear to have been any blood flow at all.
Another good thing about Brennan that is different from Lolly, Brennan will cut off his witness and redirect that witness or have that witness clarify mid stride. It's actually it's nice to see. It's actually good witness control, and it's a substantial departure from, what if anything would you like to rephrase about your statement or something dumb?
Just because he was, again, presumably being outside, his fingers were very, very white. They were very stiff, which can be signs of hypothermia and frostbite. And again, touching the neck. So typically when you get cold, you kind of work back from your extremities in. So again, I noted his fingers were quite cold, but also when I checked his carotid, his neck felt quite cold as well. That just kind of tipped us back further down the road of a hypothermic cardiac arrest.
I see. When firefighter Flamati called you back,
Yep.
Where did you go exactly?
So when I was told that this is what we're doing, I turned around and I went right back to where I previously knelt, which was right at Mr. O'Keefe's head. And then I took over the ventilation aspect of a cardiac arrest. So I was in charge of the airway. So I began giving him positive pressure ventilations with a bag valve mask, which is just a glorified balloon that you can push oxygen through and down into your respiratory tract to get oxygen moving. While I was doing that, I believe firefighter EMT Kelly had begun CPR.
So is this fair to say it's a team effort,
Yes, sir.
a coordinated effort?
Very much so.
And depending on where you're placed, whether in the back of the ambulance or driving or leading, does everybody have an important role to play?
Yes. Yeah. We work in conjunction with each other.
It's like, no, I'm
Typically,
the, only
the
person who
most
matters.
well-defined roles in
Brennan loves to fucking lead. It drives me. It drives me nuts. But here's the thing. Here's what's notably absent from this narrative. There's been a lot that he's testified doing, right? Going back and forth, talking, diagnosing, bidding compressions, doing all this. He has done a whole lot. Was it, kneeling down, looking at this face of this individual who's in the snow, then looking up and asking Karen Reed what happened? That
Ralph
is
Wiggins
not
is making me laugh here.
what
For
happened.
glorified balloons. So, Lally?
Can someone just give him a dunce cap and just put it on? Like he looks so dejected. All right, so let me see. When do we get
a cardiac arrest in EMS is which is took over the ventilation aspect. And
Helping at the airway, do you have to actually get on the ground to do that?
yes, sir. I was kneeling at his head.
While you were kneeling at his head,
earlier you said
well, let me
on
ask
his
you
head.
more of a background question. Is it helpful to get information about the history of the person when you're trying to treat them?
Fucking stupid leading question.
Is
No,
it helpful
Hank.
to get history about the
Yeah.
the person? No, I just prefer to wing it.
Oh God. There's a better way of asking that question. It's really stupid. It's poorly asked.
When you happen upon a scene and you don't know the history?
Yes, sir. Very much. Getting information on medications, history, and allergies is our top priorities in any call. Not even this call. Just really any your run-of-the-mill fall or chest pain. That's typically the first question.
All right, we get to the I hit him. This is going to drive me nuts because I've got to speed up on this because I got to get further in with these witnesses. Now I'm going to bring in a little bit of criticism of the defense, and it's not based on their treatment of this witness. It's not. This witness, I don't think you really had to go after him the way you did, but I think that there's plenty of ammunition to go after him. I think that you do have to because remember, Hank
They
Brennan
don't have to, but they're doing it for sport.
This one, Brennan's opening statement built a foundation on the I hit him, right? So you kind of have to undermine that foundation. You really do. But I don't think you need it to ultimately prevail at trial because the I hit him, that's never been conclusive to me. Ever. I don't view that as admission. I view that as someone that's losing their fucking mind right there, seeing
I
something
think
they
it's
never thought
damaging,
was
and they have to deal with it.
They have to deal with it, and well, they chose to deal with it. And with this witness, you have enough to deal with it. So there are times when you need to go completely out of witness. You have to attack them on everything, on inconsistent statements, inconsistent observations, inconsistent phraseology. You really have to annihilate them. I say that to say,
I think in this case they have to keep the pressure on because basically, not without saying it as clearly, they're still trying to go with there is a whole conspiracy thing here. And so, and the thing is like the Commonwealth's position is confession. Confession is like one of those things that just gets jurors to shut their brain off, right? Because you'll have a case where it's like,
you hear like they admitted it and then you just don't listen to anything else.
well, it'll be like, this person was beaten to death with a hammer. And it's like, well, my accused has no arms. He couldn't have done the hammer beating. Like, it's somebody else. And they're like, but your client confessed to it. And it's like, yes. And he only confessed to it because the police were beating him with a hose. And the jury's going to be like, well, he confessed, convict. Like, that's, that's kind of how this. So they have to go after this guy. They have to undermine that.
You know what?
K-Rab
hits this point. K-Rab hits this point perfectly for me.
Yeah.
The scene in My Cousin Vinny when the have you seen this? Yes, you've seen it.
Oh yeah, but they can't show the jury My Cousin Vinny.
No, I know that. But when he says I shot the clerk, it was a question. microphone, like a statement of shock. That's how I've always viewed this. I hit him. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying that you kind of have to, with the conspiracy, you kind of have to go after the whole conspiracy.
You got to go after everybody. I don't think you can really cut anybody a break, but you especially have to go after dude what says he hears a confession, I think.
I take a different approach. I think that the more effective. Let me explain it this way. I brought my associate to watch one of my trials, and as did my law partner. And I asked him after that trial whether he enjoyed it, whether there was differences between our two styles. He says, well, yeah, law partner is very scripted in her cross-examination. Point, move on, no, nothing dramatic. And he was like, with you build, and you're quiet and you're methodical. And then all of a sudden you've got this person lulled, and then you flip a switch and it's like, you're just on attack mode. And it's like, where the hell did that come from? And that's my style. I've always done that because I find it to be more effective to give everyone in the room an indication of this is what I think is important and to hammer that issue.
I mean, I love the Columbo. Whenever I can get away with it, I will totally pull the Columbo.
So I think if you're going 100 miles an hour at all times, no one's going to notice when you jump to 110 miles.
Oh yeah. I always tell people start gentle and then go hard afterwards. Cause yeah.
So I'm a little bit, I say that because with this witness, don't get me wrong. This was one of Jackson's better pieces of work. Let's go and see some of that. Because Jackson needs to do damage here. And he's had various statements from this witness. So
people are going phrasing. Sorry, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Before your testimony this morning, how many conversations had you had with any member of the prosecution team in anticipation of your testimony today?
I believe it was 3, sir.
When were those?
I could not give you dates off the top of my head.
Give me a time frame within the last 3 weeks, within the last 3 months, last 3 days.
Side note, these are the questions that we don't always know the answers to, but we're happy to ask them anyways, because whatever the answer is, we're happy with it. If you're talking about meetings with the prosecutor, I don't care if I know how many meetings you've had. Maybe there's a nugget in there that I can get. But that general rule of don't ask a question you don't know the answer to, this is the exception. We go after this is low-hanging fruit.
Within the last 3 weeks, I believe one the week after that, and then one last night.
One
Last night.
last night. What you did discuss, let's take them in order. First of all, who'd you meet with 3 weeks ago?
I met with Mr. Brennan and his staff.
And when you say his staff, who else?
I honestly couldn't tell you, sir.
Mr. Lally?
No, sir.
Male,
Mr.
female?
Lally's like,
One
He sat in the corner, facing the corner while we were meeting.
female, one I believe, state trooper.
Okay. Had you ever met State Trooper Tully previously?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe that was him.
It was State Trooper Tully?
Yes, sir.
Whom you've met with several times, correct?
Prior to that, I believe only once or twice.
He was the one that he has formally interviewed you previously, correct?
I believe he arranged the meetings with Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
Beyond that, I can't speak to.
What did y'all discuss 3 weeks ago?
The first meeting, going in order, it was mostly just kind of an introduction. I had not met Mr. Brennan yet. I really didn't know him. So it was mostly that, and then just kind of seeing where we were at with testimony, going over previous testimony, and in that sort of realm.
Prior to today, how many times have
by
you
the way,
testified?
that thing about like it was Trooper Tully, wasn't it? Is actually really important. You really want to get a lot of that stuff at a witness, because it is really nice when you can tell a witness, I know your shit better than you know your shit.
Yeah. I dare you. It's like, I dare you to lie to me right now. Please do. Like,
Yeah.
I'm please feel free.
and it's critical if you want to get the witness to sort of the ideal sweet spot, which is where you have a witness who's like, when they say like, the car was red, and you're like, was it red or could it have possibly been blue? And the witness is like, it must have been blue. And they're saying it must have been blue because it's you asking them. You've basically done there are 4 lights to the witness.
Yeah.
And they're like, I just believe what you say about this case more than I believe what I remember about it. And that's the point where you can basically just run a witness. And so long as you don't do something completely ridiculous, like, isn't it true that that's when, like, Elvis showed up? The witness will just be like, yeah, okay. Like, that is so. Although it would be funny if you could get the witness to agree that Elvis showed up.
It's like training a dog. You get them so double thinking every question, and they're pausing between every question, every answer, because they don't know how to make you stop. That's what they're trying to. How do I make this person stop?
Concerning the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Once at a grand jury hearing and once last year.
All right. As a matter of fact, last year in this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look over your testimony at the grand jury 3 weeks ago during that meeting?
No, sir.
What about the testimony from last year?
We did go over the testimony from last year. Yes, sir.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No,
sir. 2 times?
What was that?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago.
I believe so, sir. Yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him.
They previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay, your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now, as you sit here, that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Danger.
Yes, okay. Does your memory
Wrong
get
answer.
better time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that are.
Wrong answer, dude.
Wrong answer. Sorry.
Wrong answer. Like, this
There
is the first
no way to
time.
spin that.
No, this is the first. I'm sorry. Like, you can get away with the I simply forgot. You can get away with the I misspoke. You can get away with a lot of stuff. But when you start selling me this line of bullshit,
Yeah,
I'm
my
just
witness,
like,
my memory gets better with time. No, it doesn't.
what? Like, wait, what? Like, it's just not even the I'm not going to give you an answer to that question. It's a very simple question, not that complicated. The fact that he resists it is immediately putting me on guard. But I've always wondered how jurors perceive this, because I'm a lawyer. I see this enough. I know to go after.
That's what I was about to say. Jurors don't cross-examine witnesses, and so they don't necessarily know what a lying sack of crap looks like, and so they, they may not spot this.
But all it really takes, in my opinion, is one juror to spot this, and like if they're back in that jury room, it's like, why he didn't admit that his memory, like he fought every question, even the most basic. Like, jurors or witnesses gain a lot of traction by conceding the points that they have to and fighting on the points that they can. Like, they dig your feet in at the right point.
Recall better than others.
Okay, and does your memory tend to get better, or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
But in this case, you're telling this jury that your memory is better now than it was a year ago when you testified about the exact same circumstance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We then met about a week after that, which would be 2 weeks.
By the way, that was a Jackson, like, actually surprised at the answer. That was that was an okay. So
I mean,
that's what you want to do.
I commented on that when I was covering it too, because sometimes you get those things where you're just like, oh, where you've got this whole line of argument planned out, and then the witness just blows up your whole line of argument. And so I gave the example. I had a trial at one point, and it was a self-defense trial, bar fight. Basically my guy's version of things, which turned out to be true, was that he was sort of checking out this girl. Turned out the girl was with a guy. He didn't see the guy, but he was checking out this girl. And then the guy came up and he's like, "Hey, man, stop looking at my woman." And he's like, I'm sorry. I just saw, hot woman. Congratulations. Like, you guys have a great night. And the guy's like, well, maybe I want to make a thing of this. And and so forth. And so I just suggested to the guy, like, to the complainant on this assault, I was like, isn't it true you hit him first? And he goes, yes. And I went,
oh.
And like I had all of this like argument plan for like how I was gonna force him, get him to say no, I didn't hit him first, and then I was going to like, show how ridiculous his claim was, really argue him into it and get him. And nope, he just was like, yes, I did, and I was like,
No.
okay.
This is a good point. Book Dragon makes his point. Honestly, if I didn't listen to y'all every week, I think I would have felt like this was playing gotcha to someone who was just doing their job. I know better, but I can see how a jury might not. And that's my point. If you are going after every single witness, the jury is going to start asking the question of like, are we just going to nitpick everything? Versus if you pick and choose how you're attacking and who you're attacking, it puts in the mind of the jury, wow, they're not just fighting everybody on nitpicking stuff. They're fighting the things that are important. Or
the thing is, this is important, right? Because it's
this part, not all. Yes, not all is important.
But the problem is that Brennan isn't an idiot. He's actually really clever. And so he's splitting this up from like Jen McCabe so that the I hit him number is going to be, those are going to be different days and different weeks. And yep.
But it's funny that with this one, the witness fights more than I would have expected on the memory stuff, but actually makes the stupid argument that Jackson actually just moves on from it.
Weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Who'd you meet with then?
The same group.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
Again, just prior testimony. And that was really the gist of it.
And tell me the specific.
I also would. Is really bad prep. That is really bad prep. Whoever prepped this young man left out of the prep discussion. Hey, when you're asked the question, what we discussed, maybe don't use the word my prior testimony. Maybe don't say how I testified under oath on prior occasions and highlighting that might be a fucking problem. Like maybe don't do that. Like why don't you say not prior testimony, but my recollection of the events of that night? Like it's a very easy way to say that. What did you go over?
Funny. The
we
lawyers
discussed my recollection of the events of that.
The lawyers start out trying to like avoid mention that there was another trial. And by like today's testimony, it's just like, okay, that horse has been de-shitted and the shit is out there.
Well, and it's also when he answers the question this way, if I'm a juror, and I don't know if I'm in that box, my immediate question is like, oh, so you've testified before? I'm very curious to hear why you needed to go over that several times. Like, I would love to hear why we had to go back through prior testimony on multiple occasions before sitting down and telling us what you're saying today. I mean,
and the other thing is people tend to think that if you're telling the truth, you don't need to like go over your story, right? It's like, so were you just telling the truth, or are you creating an elaborate narrative that you have to remember?
Yeah. And Mama Bets, I'm not disagreeing with you. On Nuttall, on this witness, I agree. You need to let loose and completely go after him. I just take issue with some of the witnesses they went after yesterday and today and how they went after him. I think that there's a time and a place on some of these witnesses where you don't need to iron them and nail them into a characterization of something. They said the words, your job to characterize it is at closing. Like you don't have to go after everything because they're not going to give you that point. But with Nuttall, you have to go after him.
Picture the prior testimony that you
Again, it was the how many times we had talked about saying I hit him. Again, it was 3 times. And then there was also the video that was just played for me.
If I'll take the video in just a second. If y'all had met 3 weeks ago and you indicated to Mr. Brennan that it was actually 3 times, not 2 times that you heard the I hit him, why did you need to discuss it again a week later to verify the 3 times versus 2 times?
I'm not sure, sir. That was just the way the conversation went. And I just
bad answer.
Again,
Bad
repeated
answer.
what I said and what I remember from that morning.
Well, tell me about that conversation. Did Mr. Brennan say anything like, well, are you really sure that she said it 3 times?
It was that morning what was said to you. And I said, I hit him. That was how it went that morning, and that was how I remember it.
Okay. And did Mr. Brennan say, well, that's not consistent with how you've testified previously concerning the number of times you heard the I hit him phrase?
Yes, sir.
He did say that.
He wanted to, he acknowledged that I had said it twice. However, again, as I mentioned, it was said 3 times to me.
So now you do remember last year that you only said that it was repeated twice.
One more time, sir.
So now you do recall that last year when you testified, it was inconsistent with how you're testifying today. Let me put it that way, correct?
I believe I said I hit him twice on the stand last year.
Right. And if you're saying I hit him 3 times instead of twice, that firefighter Nuttall is inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir.
with that?
But that is how it went that morning, though, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again. So I'm asking you,
I didn't catch his little side eye there. God. I didn't catch this part the first time.
inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir.
with that?
But that is how it went that morning, though, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again. So I'm asking you, if you testified last year,
Yes, sir.
that you heard the phrase twice, and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
Did you talk
You're
about any
finally
meeting
willing
2
to
weeks ago
testify
about
that
any
2
other
things that are
inconsistencies with your
obviously
testimony?
different are
It's just-
different.
Oh, it's funny. It's like, was it that hard? Like, was it that hard? Really? It was
That is the kind of this is the place where I like piss off the judge a bit, and I ask the witness something like, was it that hard?
where it's like, there you go. There you
Yeah.
go. Like,
We got
it's
there
just-
eventually.
It just took us a second. Like, there you go. Or you basically say, do we need to go? Do you understand the meaning of the word inconsistent? Meaning not the same as. Like, do you get that? Like, do we need to go back over this?
And
Oh.
yes,
Not to my
I
knowledge,
see the comment in the chat, which I agree with, that the jury is going to be like, what does it matter if it's 3 or 2? It's just, if she says I hit him, like, isn't that good enough? The thing is it's going to come up more when you've got Jen McCabe and so forth, which is why Brennan is being smart about this and is putting those 2 bits of testimony as far from each other as he possibly can, so that he can have it be, yeah.
And Brady Goat, I see your comment. I'm not talking about this. Isn't beating up on a first responder on semantics. This is answer the question. Like your one job is to answer the question being asked of you. It's not beating you up. Just admit that
And that's
2
the
is
thing
different than
is,
3. I don't care
if
if you
he
said
could
2
just-
or 3. Just tell me that they're different.
I mean, and yeah, this is the thing is the witness could say, like, listen, I thought it was 3. Now
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 2. Yes, I know those are different numbers. Yeah.
Plus, I've also made the comment. I don't particularly care about the I hit him. That doesn't sway this case for me. So I just get frustrated when it's like, I've asked you a question. It's really not a complicated question. It really isn't. I promise you. Next one was this, and it's the one that I thought was.
And the other point is that sometimes your whole reason for doing this isn't because you actually care about the point. Sometimes it's you want to make the person fight it in front of the jury. And so what is it? So As an example, like I've had situations where the police officer on a case made some really small mistake, and my whole my whole point on this is just I want to see this cop and whether or not they're going to be honest about the mistake they made. Because it's like, I can prove they made the mistake, and I want to just, I want to know if they're going to be honest and truthful about it, or if they're going to lie. Because if they lie, it looks way worse. And so, yep.
Let me put it this way. I'm gonna bring this comment up, and Brady, it's probably, you're not gonna like me very much for this one. Semantics, you're hanging your hat on. She admits it. I don't care if she comes out and says, I shot him with a gun in the chest. It doesn't do away with the Commonwealth's obligation to prove that she actually shot him in the chest with a gun. Admissions are not demonstrative evidence of something taking place. Words, especially if they're telling me that she was still intoxicated at this point, I don't take that word as being anything. I really don't. You have to prove to me that this person died by being struck by a vehicle. That's the burden of proof. If it's as simple as someone going and admitting to a crime and they get incarcerated for the admission of that crime, and that's as simple as it is, you know how many people admit to crimes they didn't commit?
Oh, happens fairly often.
All the time. But no, we don't let the state get away with that. We don't. We require them to prove every element of the defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Every element. All of it.
And in fact, there's people who go in and they're like frequent confessors. So like any time a case hits the news, they show up and confess to it. So yeah.
Yeah, people do that. Admissions count. They do, but they're not the be all end all. Plus, you're going to be hard pressed to tell me that that's an admission based on the circumstances being conveyed, even by Hank Brennan's own opening statement. Going to be hard pressed to tell me that's an admission of guilt. Especially when I've got an expert that's saying that no vehicle, like a vehicle couldn't do. That's the part that get me past that part. Put the evidence out there. If Hank Brennan delivers on that, I'll sing a different damn tune. I absolutely will. I'll be the first one to do it. If Hank Brennan delivers on actual accident reconstruction that makes sense, that actually demonstrates and proves that that vehicle struck John O'Keefe, how it struck him, how it caused the injuries it did without causing other injuries it should have, you got me. That's it. I'm following exactly what's being given here.
Back to that testimony for a second. You testified at...
Oh, hang on, I slowed him back down. I was at 1.2. This part was the other part where I thought Jackson needed to hang this one real close in time to the I hit him, and he did. He separated him by about 7 minutes of questioning.
At that hearing, that Mr. O'Keefe was, quote, dressed appropriately for the weather. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. It was obviously well below freezing at that time.
Yes,
That night that you responded.
it was.
We just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right. The wind was howling.
Yep.
It was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called
That part right there makes me question his credibility on everything else he observed.
it a puffy. 24, you possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big, heavy winter coat was as clear as your memory of other specifics in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you that exact question, didn't I?
You did.
And I said, your memory of him having that big puffy coat on, which stood out in your mind, was just as clear as the other specifics that you've testified to about the case,
Yes, sir.
about that night.
And it was wrong.
And turns out you were completely wrong about his clothing, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, he wasn't wearing a coat at all.
No, sir.
He wasn't wearing a winter coat, correct?
Nope.
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a puffy, heavy winter coat.
He was not.
Yet you testified that he was wearing all of that, and that was clear in your mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan bring that up during the meeting 3 weeks ago?
He asked about what I had meant when I said appropriately dressed.
So you did talk about something other than just, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When I asked what y'all talked about, why didn't you tell us that?
To be perfectly honest, sir, I did not remember until right now.
Uh-huh. Here's a wonderful rule of thumb for witnesses. If the witness says to be perfectly honest,
I have a problem with
what they mean is that they're lying.
rule of thumb, generally speaking, is that, yeah, you do that. You give caveat like that. Here's the issue. I will agree, in large part, that the defense is nitpicking on semantics with a lot of witnesses. That bothers me a little bit. You want to characterize a relationship, you want to go after semantics. I get that nitpicking on semantics. This is not semantics. When you have a witness that testifies that their memory of what transpired that night and the words said by Karen Reed is just as clear to them as the memory of John O'Keefe wearing a puffy jacket and admitting that his memory of the puffy jacket was completely and utterly not the factual circumstances on the ground, I cannot give credibility to the other observation. I can't. That is not semantics. That's not nitpicking. That is very, very different. That
It's
takes
just
this witness's
you have
credibility
testified
and
to the
throws it.
truthfulness of something that is factually bullshit.
Now,
So
let me rephrase that in lawyer speak to actually give how it should properly be construed by a jury. If you are presented with two possible scenarios, right? One is that his testimony is correct and accurate on this one issue, but incorrect on the other issue, right? That he actually remembered that it was, I hit him, and he misremembered that it was a puffy jacket. So you have that scenario that exists, okay? Or he's incorrect in both understandings. As a juror, you are required to choose he is incorrect in both understandings, because that's the definition of reasonable doubt. Is your doubt on his memory of this statement made by Karen Reed, is that doubt reasonable based on his inability to remember an event, something else that significant as a jacket? So that's where you get with Nuttall. That's why they had to go after Nuttall. That's why because Hank Brennan brought him up in the very first person.
Nuttall is the other thing is Brennan very much showcases Nuttall in his opening. So yeah, you go after him
because he's a first responder. Because there is a sympathetic, very justifiably so, for these individuals that do a task that most other individuals wouldn't be able to do. So that was the point that he had to make there. Kerry Roberts was a bit different. Let's see. So that was not all direct making the comment and the cross-examination was the bringing that inconsistency out. Cold to the touch, the cold to the skin. The issue that I end up getting in my mind, I had a trial with I don't know, I'm not gonna go. Once someone's memory is challenged on a certain issue and they misremember something that's so significant, then you really do have to question the rest of their memory issue on the entire topic. It's very difficult for them to distinguish it and say, I was completely wrong about this, but oh my gosh, you have to trust me about this other thing. So it's going to come down to Jen McCabe. So Kerry Roberts was the friend, or is the friend of John O'Keefe. Sympathetic witness. Very clearly cared for John O'Keefe quite a bit. Very difficult. And it was a question of whether or not to cross or not.
His niece and Patrick, there was a lot of us that helped out with Patrick. All of the community all came together to help him because there was this guy that just lost his sister and brother-in-law, and he stepped in to take care of his 2 kids, and he didn't really know what he was doing at first, but he got the hang of it pretty quickly.
You have a son that shared a lot of interests with his nephew.
Yes.
He also had a niece.
Yes.
Did you spend more time helping with his nephew or with his niece?
With his nephew.
Were there other people in the community you knew of who spent more time helping with his niece?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Did you know Jen McCabe?
I had met her once. John got a discount at Reebok, so he would take the kids. Well, he would take anyone with kids up with him to get shoes, like sneakers for back to school or whatever. So one day he did take Jen and I up to Reebok, but other than that, I never talked to her on the phone. I never saw her out. Her children are older than mine, so we never really crossed paths.
As it relates to the night of January 29, 2022, how much earlier was it that John took you out with the children and Miss McCabe out with her children to get sneakers? How many years before that?
Years, like 6 or 7 maybe.
And from that time you met Jen McCabe in the years past, did you ever spend time with her again before January 29th, 2022?
No, I did not. I didn't know her.
Were you friends with her?
I was not.
Did you speak on the phone with her?
No, I did not.
So other than that one meeting, you were strangers?
Yep, that was the only time. I knew her. I knew of her. She has 4 girls, but I didn't know her.
At some point, as you were part of John's life, did you learn that he was dating a person by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She has a black suit jacket seated at the front table.
When did you first become familiar or know about Miss Reed?
July, I think it was, of 2020. John, we were having people over, and so I invited him, and he said, I'm going to bring Karen over. And I was like, I don't know who that is, but okay. He assumed I knew because he had been dating her for a little bit, but it was COVID, so we didn't see him very often during that time. So Karen came over that night.
This is early 2020?
I think it was summer, so I think it was around June or July.
Briefly, just tell us a little bit about where and the circumstances of meeting John and Karen for the first time.
They came over to my house and we hung out on the back porch, had some drinks. There was music, kids were around. Just a nice, normal summer night. We had other people over as well.
Over the next coming months, did you become more familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see her more often?
Yes.
And could you generally describe to the jury how you learned more of her and saw her more often?
She would take care of the kids a lot. Mainly, well, not mainly Patrick, but not mainly Kaylee either. She helped out a lot with the kids. So if we were at baseball, she would come to all the baseball games, or she would drop off or pick up my son or Patrick if they were going to the golf course or the driving range.
So background, and then we're where I want to get to.
Is anybody put this around?
Yeah.
Who's getting off?
Okay.
Again, we're doing like a little bit of party or something.
Yeah, no,
Let's go now.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All righty.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay,
See ya.
thank you, bye-bye.
Were you in your car when you called the police station and the hospitals looking for John?
Yes, it was.
Do you know at that point whether anybody else had called the police station?
No, I don't know.
Do you know at that point if anybody else had called any hospitals?
I don't know.
How
I know,
long
I'm
did
getting-
you
I'm
wait in
getting
your
the drift.
driveway?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe like 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
What were the conditions like out that morning?
It was bad. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
When you were outside in your car in the driveway waiting, describe the lighting conditions for us.
It was still dark out. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and it was snowing. So it was not great.
How was the visibility?
Not great. It was coming down really fast at that point.
You said that night when you went to bed, the snow just started. Had snow accumulated at that point?
Can we appreciate how much better Hank Brennan is at asking questions? By the way, Ian had to bounce for a little bit. He'll be back at some point in time. Can we appreciate Hank Brennan's questioning in narrative format rather than Adam Lally? Like, this actually turns this witness's statements into a story, into an actual linear story told by the witness, not by Adam Lally. Like, this is actually how you conduct a direct examination. So this is how you do it. This is why Hank Brennan's doing it, not Adam Lally. It's a lot cleaner. Ian had to step away for a little bit. He'll be back.
No, I don't think so. It was just starting to stick.
I'm sorry, that was the night before, but at this point when you were in the driveway, had the snow accumulated?
Oh, yes.
Do you know how many inches it was?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Enough that the plows are out.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did she arrive at your house?
She did not.
What happened?
Again, I don't know if I called her or she called me, but eventually we connected on the phone and she said, I said, where are you? I'm waiting. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen, who? And she said, McCabe, she's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, well, listen, they don't want cars on the road because it's so bad. I'm already in my car. I'll come there to Jen's house, stay there, and we'll follow each other and we'll go back and drop your car off. Did you look in the house for John? Could he just be in the house, passed out somewhere? And she said, no, she hadn't looked in the house. So I said, okay, now I'm going to come to Jen's. We're going to take the car home, drop it off. We'll check around the house. And then I don't know what the next step at this point was. I just wanted to check the house.
At the time you directed that you were going to meet at Jen McCabe's house and then drive to John's house, was there any suggestion by the defendant where she wanted to go?
I didn't know where Jen's house was. I knew the street. I had dropping Kaylee off or picked her up a few times. So I said, stay on the phone with me so I don't know which house it is. And so when I got there, I pulled in the driveway and there was some conversation about.
Can I back you up and just ask you a little bit about the drive there? I don't
Yep.
mean to interrupt. When you left your house, you talked a little bit about the weather conditions. How long did it take you to get from your home to Jen McCabe's?
Oh, it's quick. Probably 4 minutes.
What was the driving like?
It was not good driving. That's why I didn't want two cars on the road.
Did you have any difficulty driving through that storm?
No, I mean, it was treacherous, but I was in four-wheel drive. I have an SUV.
You mentioned you didn't know exactly where Jen
You live up there and don't know how to drive in the snow, you got bigger problems.
McCabe lived. Had you been there to drop off John's niece before?
Yes, but I didn't know which house it was because when I picked her up before, she was either getting out of the car at the driveway or waiting at the end of the driveway. So I didn't know which house it was.
I think I interrupted you, but were you telling us that as you drove to Jen McCabe's house, you were on a Bluetooth, on an open conversation with her to help with directions?
Yes, Jen and Karen were in Karen's car and I was on the phone essentially with both of them.
Do you know what type of vehicle the defendant was driving at that time?
A Lexus SUV.
As you drove over to Jen McCabe's home and you had some guidance finding it, did you hear any conversations in that open line with, or even any statements by the defendant?
I remember when I pulled in behind her car in Jen's driveway. And at some point, Karen said, my taillight. And I looked and Jen she must have had the brake done because you could see that there was missing taillight.
When you say missing taillight, was it merely cracked?
No, there was a piece missing.
Could you see that as you were parked right behind the defendant's SUV or
With-
Lexus?
She must have been applying the brakes because you could see it, but there was a lot of snow.
When you saw that the taillight had a missing piece,
Did she? Can't tell if he's really getting the leading there. It's close.
did you say anything?
No,
Did you think anything of it?
no.
How long were you parked behind the defendant's Lexus while it was parked in Ms. McCabe's driveway?
Not long. We were just, I pulled in and then we stopped. And then the next plan at some point in that conversation as well, or maybe on the ride, because now we're heading to John's house to drop a car off. I pulled out of the driveway, Jen pulled out and I followed behind all the way to John's house. And at some point, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And I heard Jen say, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Was anything else said about the broken taillight?
No,
You followed Ms. McCabe?
yes,
Where did you go?
to John's house.
Did you arrive?
Yes,
I want to ask you some questions about when you arrived and what you
Did you
did
arrive?
next.
okay.
When you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's home, you're in two separate cars. Who pulled into Mr. O'Keefe's driveway first?
Jen pulled Karen's car in first.
So Ms. McCabe was driving the Lexus
Correct.
and the defendant was in the passenger seat.
Yes.
After you both pulled in, tell us what happens next.
We went, I wasn't sure.
So catastrophe, you're correct. And that's why I think they chose not to cross-examine her in the first trial, I think. My recollection is they did not cross her. It was very limited cross. I think it was no. But this time, the testimony isn't that it was cracked. It was there's a piece of the taillight missing. Different. It's a little bit different. And the question is why it changed. I'm tiptoeing on the idea that Brennan is kind of leading. He's skating this line of not quite leading, not quite suggesting the answer, but very clearly navigating exactly where he's going and exactly the answer he kind of wants. So it's not really objectionable. Close. Brennan has clearly gone over this line of testimony a lot. This is very well conducted. Like you can see how methodical it is. There's not a whole lot of having to correct, having to go back and restate. He's got a very consistent line of questions about what happened next, but it doesn't come out with what happened next, what happened next.
Sure if it was, at some point Karen showed us the taillight up close, but I didn't know if it was when we arrived or when we left. But we went into the house to look for John.
When the Lexus was parked by Ms. McCabe in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway, was it facing the street or facing away?
Facing where the basketball hoop is, not facing the street.
Would you like to approach?
Okay.
I love that. Like facing where the basketball hoop is, like anyone knows, anyone knows where the basketball hoop is because any of the jury has ever seen this house yet. And this is actually something I've seen in the chat quite a bit about people having a motivation whether or not to tell the truth. Let me put it this way. People have an internal motivation not to be found inconsistent. People will dig their heels in, not because they're backing one side or the other, but because they themselves have said something or they have made an observation or they have their own integrity has been questioned. So it's not so much that they have an incentive or motivation. I don't know that Kerry Roberts has a motivation for anything. I don't think first responders have a motivation for anything. But once someone gets called on one inconsistency or something like that, it generally gets someone's back up. Hell, look at you guys in the chat. That's a good example. Look at you guys in the chat. Once I draw attention to something that one of you might have done or said or something like that, get a little defensive, push back a little bit. Do you have a motivation to do it? Are you personally invested in the outcome of some particular case or anything else? No. Doesn't mean you have personal investment or a motivation for guilty or not guilty or innocent. But if I were to draw attention towards a statement that you made that might have been incorrect, how willingly would you admit that to me immediately? Especially if I was a stranger who didn't know Adam, and if I was trying to say that you were incorrect in front of a jury, in front of other people, you would be very defensive. This happens all the time. I get this in custody cases all the time too, where I'm cross-examining oftentimes a grandparent. And it's very difficult. It makes for very hard cross-examination because you know that the person is not negatively motivated. You still have to make a point about a prior statement they made that's not consistent with what they're saying now. So I'm not ascribing any willingness or desire to lie to several of these individuals. Now, some people, very, very different. Let me a little bit different. Some people give the impression that they have a motivation in one direction or the other. Let me give you an example. Michael Proctor and Jen McCabe, when they testified in the first trial. If they didn't testify and give a very clear indication they had a motivation in how they were testifying, those two right there. Inconsistent doesn't mean lying. And you can't, it would be a logical fallacy to hang the argument of this person has no motivation to lie, therefore I must believe that they're saying the truth. It's not necessarily the case, especially if something is being misremembered or something that they wrote down that they absolutely believe in their head is 100% true. They 100% believe it's true, but it's actually wrong. That's something where you find, I find it very interesting when people remember a series of events and in their head they believe it to their dying core, right? This is exactly what transpired. And it wouldn't matter if I showed them a picture right in front of them. Like, let's say that they say it was cloudy on that day, right? I remember it was cloudy on that day because I remember going outside and I was in shade and I didn't see the sun all day long. And I'm 100% certain of it. If I show them a photograph with the metadata of a sun shining directly on them at the location they were, holding a newspaper that showed the date, with a timestamp in the bottom left-hand corner of it, with some other significant event that occurred that day, if they believed it in their heart as being true, they could not admit that photograph was accurate. There are some times when someone believes something so hard, so significantly, and the more time they repeat it, this is actually proven, the more times they repeat it to themselves or the more times they reinforce that memory, that's there. It's not going to change. So when people are talking about the cross-examination of these witnesses going after some semantics or going after certain things, yes, in some parts they're going after semantics or they're going after little nitpicky things. I get it. But when you're going after someone misremembering a key fact, you have to show that they actually misremembered it. That's the point. I'm not ascribing malice to most of these witnesses. Like a lot of these witnesses, I'm not ascribing malice. I think a lot of these witnesses are in a terrible position.
It's going to show you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's
No, I can't believe I just did that because all I was trying to do was pause and say, look at this photograph. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to look at that photograph. Look at this photo.
Then as opposed to that photo.
well, it was the early hours of the morning, so it was dark out and there was much more snow. And there was
Other than
snow
this-
coming down.
I'm so sorry. You want to finish?
Nope.
Other than the snow and the light,
Yeah, it's just, trials can be funny too.
is there any other differences?
Nope.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
All right, there's no objection, Mr. Jackson.
No objection. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
courtroom is so tiny.
And to help us understand, you see on the left is the house.
Yes,
There's a motor vehicle in the middle of the driveway, but it's the vehicle to the left.
yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
that's Karen's.
Is that where it was parked that night when you went into the house?
Yes,
In the motor vehicle to the right? You recognize that?
that's John's car or SUV.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm showing you a second photo.
Okay,
Do you recognize that photo?
yes,
What is it?
it's the back of Karen's car.
Does it look like a fair and accurate depiction of her car as it appeared that morning in the early morning hours to you?
Yes,
Do you notice anything that's distinguished in that photo?
the piece that's missing in the taillight.
Which one?
The right passenger rear.
Do you know?
I don't like. She's looking. Watch her answer the question. Watch the question being asked of her, and then I want you to look at her facial expression when she answers the question. And I want you to put yourself in that position of being on the stand, being asked to look at a question, and then describe what's missing. What are you doing when you're doing that? Now do it. Close your eyes. Every single one of you in the chat, close your eyes. Someone has put a photograph in front of you. And they have said, do you see something in the photograph that draws your attention? Now, everyone with your eyes closed, what are you doing? You're saying yes. And then they say, what is it? Where are you looking? And what are you doing with your hands? Every single one of you, tell me what you're doing. Just what are you doing? Now, there you go. Watching some of the answers come in. I'm very curious. What are you guys doing? You close your eyes and you do this exercise. What are you doing? What is the natural inclination? Where are your eyes looking when you're describing this? Where are you looking? What are you saying? And how are you saying? Okay, there you go. You are looking down at the photo and you're pointing it out, right? Right? That's what you're doing. That is the natural thing to do. How many of you have children? And let's say that a child was, let's do this. Let's say that you gave the child I don't want to load the question. How do I phrase this without loading the question? You walk upstairs into your child's room and it is it's miraculously clean. They're there in the room. It's miraculously clean. And you say, and looking at the room, my gosh, what did you do? When the child is describing the room, where are they looking? Where are they looking? Are they looking at the room? Or are they looking at you? There's a part of the Kerry Roberts statement right here that bothers me a bit. And I didn't want to just kind of say body language without actually describing what it was that I was seeing that was bothering. I wanted to try and explain it on a guttural level where you guys could understand it. Watch how the question is asked and how she answers the question. And I don't think the jury is going to pick up on it. I really don't. And I don't think it's the most significant thing in the world. I'm just describing something that caught my attention.
Accurate depiction of her car as it appeared that morning in the early morning hours to you?
Yes,
Do you notice anything that's distinguished in that photo?
the piece that's missing in the taillight.
Which one?
The right passenger rear.
Do you know when, I'm sorry, do you know when this photo was actually taken?
I do not.
Although you don't know when it was taken, is that a similar depiction to your memory of how it appeared that morning at 5
Yes,
or a little after 5?
yes.
I moved to introduce this exhibit.
Now, when I
Ambush.
had you do that exercise, I saw you, buddy. When I had everyone in the chat do that exercise, and I had you close your eyes and describe how you would point something out on a photograph and how you would do it if you were actually being asked the question and pointing to a place in the photograph and where you would be looking. Almost every one of you said you'd be looking at the photograph and pointing to where you were pointing, right? And when I asked you about the kid in the bedroom that's looking for approval for the clean room they did, where are they looking? They're looking back at you because they're looking for that sign of approval. This is not a natural way of answering the question. This is an indication that she's looking for approval. That's just, again, just my observation. That's why it threw me off when I first saw it. I'm not reading into it much, but it bothers me when the question's being asked of her and saying, what do you notice? And she points to the thing and she goes, the piece of the taillight is missing. It bothered me. So
I was gonna put a isn't that right, Daddy? But then I was like, wait a minute, that's gonna come off entirely wrong.
I know. So that bothered me a bit. This is the most damaging part of Kerry Roberts' testimony, because if you believe her testimony, then Karen Reed's got big trouble. If you really do, if you believe Kerry Roberts' testimony is being 100% factually accurate based on her own observations, based on her own mind and what she saw, then Karen Reed has a big problem, because the defense needs to convince the jury that the observations of the taillight with a piece missing was incorrect. Because if Kerry Roberts saw that vehicle with the piece missing that morning before Karen saying that she backed up into the other car, that's a problem. So the question becomes, did the defense do what they needed to do? I don't know. That actually brings us to day 2. And now this is something that I can't tell if Hank Brennan intended this. I think he probably did, because he knew there wasn't a whole lot of time left in the day. I like going through and leaving, getting to a certain part of my testimony and then saying, well, Judge, we're at the natural close of a day, because I don't know if I've hit all my fucking questions and I want to go home and revisit my list and be like, do I need them to go through anything else? Yes, Ian, I see your face. Or the regular questions. I knew you would do that every time we do that. Every time. Your ears perk up immediately. I don't know if I got all my fucking questions. You're like, your ears just shoot up every time. Or the regular ones too. Yeah. I don't know if I got through all my questions. And I like to have the night, especially when the witness is at the end of the day, I like to have the night to go back home and go, did I really go through all of that I needed to, or do I need to go back and hammer anything else? Ian, when you call me out on the fucking questions and then I go back to make the statement of going and hammering anything else, it really doesn't sound good. It sounds terrible. Oh my God. So saw some chats came in. Let me see. Nick was saying, this trial's revealed that many women in Canton are married to their second choice, and John was their first choice. That's I don't know about that. I don't like that. No. I wasn't too much a fan of how those text messages were going back and forth between either Karen Reed or John O'Keefe. I mean, that relationship didn't appear to be the healthiest thing in the world. Just my observations. What do I know? I'm just a divorce attorney, right? 4 and 3.
I mean,
Evening,
the
gentlemen.
thing is I'm a criminal defense lawyer, so I put that as like a 3 out of 10 on the like bad relationship scale.
Let's text for something else. Torin, good evening, General Sirs. Speaking of anniversaries, this week my channel turns 17. One more year and I can vote. That is in one more year and it can vote. Your channel can vote. Torin, awesome, man. Torin, by the way, has a YouTube channel. Please go give it a watch. He does some really cool stuff in the shop. Very talented individual. Please go check him out if you can.
I wish I had his level of talent on a lot of that stuff.
Wish I had his patience. Winnie Bly, here's a tiny step, Nuttall. And another. You can do it. That's in relation to Nuttall's testimony. It was just, you don't have. I can see how any witness that had to be cross-examined by either Yannetti or Jackson in the last trial would be really fucking apprehensive to be cross-examined again. It's not a pleasant thing to be cross-examined and to be cross-examined multiple times.
I mean, it depends on how the cross goes. Sometimes crosses can be fine, but not the ones these witnesses are putting them through.
No. I have everything else started. I'm gonna have to catch up. I'm trying to make sure I'm getting stuff that is this one. Grim Faded. Everyone in the chat's gonna hate you for this. Judge Bev reminds me of a Who from Whoville. That's the only thing I can think of when I see her. It makes me laugh every time. Ever since I saw that chat come in, I have not seen Judge Bev the same way. So I'm not a fan
But
of
can
that.
you hear the singing whenever she's on the screen?
There is no singing when it comes to the screen. I don't hear singing. I hear sighing a lot. She sighs at Brennan now too, which I love. She's now an equal opportunity.
It's not equal opportunity.
It's not.
It's that she gets tired when Brennan is pulling some extra
Bullshit.
special shit. It's not just like regular levels of shit. He's got to be like at an 11 before she sighs, but he gets there.
Oh yeah, he does quite a few times. It's kind of funny. Shay B took my oldest to her first concert on her 10th birthday. FFTP. Now she happens to be best friends with Ivan Moody's niece for 6 years. That's awesome. What a
Cool.
story. That's cool. Very cool. Vez, I see. Check your email. I'll check it this weekend. I promise you, if we can find a moment around our respective schedules to have a drink, I will absolutely do my best. I will check that email. And Ian actually passed along other contact info, so I have that. I just need to do the thing of checking the.
Do the thing of getting off the butt.
Yeah, the hard part. Here's a shout out to you, Ian. Happy sunshine. This trial, FNF and Runkle streams are helping me meet my daily step goal of 12,000. Currently watching FNF and walking on a treadmill, 13.6 thousand steps today. That's a good way of. I don't hate that idea. Yeah.
No,
our streams go long. That's a lot of steps.
I mean, good for you, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't get the steps in.
No, absolutely not. All right, let's get Kerry Roberts back in the stand, day 2.
Should I remain, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is it.
Isn't that the exact same question he asked the day before? Yes, it is.
He wants to repeat it because, keep it fresh.
In this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Miss Weed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 13.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area?
All right, I'm pausing here for a second. When he was talking about the view today, what did he say with regard to the car that he wants him to pay particular attention to? It was where the hatchback, that ridge up top, right?
Yeah.
How tall was John?
I don't know.
So they had the the view today. So John was 6'2". The jurors went to the scene today and actually saw the vehicle in person. And the defense counsel and the prosecutor have the opportunity to tell the jurors what they want them to look at when they're there on the actual view. And Hank Brennan told the jurors to look at the rear quarter panel, so the rear taillight area, right? The bumper, the rear bumper. And for the first time that we hadn't heard in the prior trial or in the opening statement or anywhere else, he identified that ridge up top.
Yeah, that was interesting because he's never done that before.
Yeah, he identified this area right here because this window, this back windshield, I think on this model actually flips out, opens, right? So he asked them to look up here, right there.
So they've got a new theory on this one, but we don't know what it is yet.
I'm trying to square that and figure out how that would work. So they're saying that because you can't get a side. So if they're saying that top ridge of the hatchback made contact with his body, with his head, how are you getting me to the side of his arm hits that tail light, and then what, his head is supposed to hit the top of that?
And then he does that pirouette that we hear?
That's what caused the contusion to his eye? That's what caused the damage to his eye?
I don't know.
How is his eye up that high? How does he? Because that's the part that they have to square. They have to show some mechanism with a broken occipital, right?
I mean,
how does his eye get up? So
don't ask this to make any sense.
Did the side swipe hit him? Did he describe it as a side swipe? Did he describe it as being clipped during his opening? No, he didn't really characterize it as being clipped or side swiped or anything else. He just said hit. The height of the car is 68 inches. So the height of the car, it would have had to be contact that would have put him into the air. That would have then allowed his eye to make contact with that part of the car. What? Even hitting, and here's the problem with it. It has to be a side swipe because if it was a direct hit, every medical professional has said that it would be bruising. He said clipped. Saying he said clipped.
Keep in mind, at the last trial, we heard pirouette. So, like, you're trying to do math on this one where the math isn't going to math.
Yeah, but for me, this is the most important part of this trial. Like, for me, I take all the statements, all the observations, all the emotion, take all of that shit out of it. I don't care about almost any of it. I mean, I care, but this is the most important part for me. Make someone describe that to me. Using physics, how all of this transpires, and how the injuries are exactly as they are. And what I mean by the injuries are exactly as they are, I mean, that we are missing other injuries that would naturally be there if it was an actual vehicle strike. The bruising, the broken ribs. That's where my hang up is. And I wanted to pause in the picture of the car because that's the clearest that I can see back into that.
In that photograph,
Yes,
is that where the taillight had missing part?
yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the
Yes.
side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the
Show me
right
this.
side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit
Interesting choice of words by the witness, by the way.
somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, "Do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him?" And my answer was, "No, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?"
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did
So
she ever
supposedly
repeat
at this
that
point,
phrase
she's
or
telling
question?
everybody who will listen, I hit him. And she's
This is
got
before
damage
they've.
for
But this is before they've gone over there, right? This is at John's house when they're still looking for it.
Yeah, I mean, none of this makes any sense to me, but
Same in a similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, "Where is Fairview?" And Jen said, "It's off of Chapman." So it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane. So I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
For everyone, how am I reading the chat? Because why not? For everyone that's saying Karen admitted to hitting him. Okay, cool. So if I went into a room and I said, I shot him, but the medical examiner says he died of a stab wound. Did I shoot him?
I mean, you might have recreationally.
That is what this means to me. The vehicle itself, the impact of the vehicle, how the vehicle is described, how the injury is described. Can you guys see the difference there? Can people see that distinction? For everyone that says that she's guilty, can anyone see why I'm having this hang up? No.
I mean, that's the thing, is if you get to the vehicle hit him, then it's like, who the else would have driven the vehicle? But if we're not there, then reasonable doubt.
That's what I mean. And this is where I've always been. At the very least, some reasonable doubt. I don't think I can get beyond reasonable doubt with that one fucking question. That one question. It's not a fucking question. It's a question. The one question.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary
All right.
driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't
was
even
scary
remember at this
driving.
point
Y'all
what she
are
was yelling, but she
voices.
was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She was in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
It's not hard to drive.
Several
in that.
times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
Yeah, I can see that. Logical.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fair,
Was he expecting a different answer there? Well, he highlighted that like it was supposed to be something. Like, was there something that we're thinking is coming from a different witness that was supposed to happen on Spring Lane?
Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
If he's got no temperature, blankets ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
You mentioned that his head was covered in
That said,
snow. Was
people
his
don't
head
make
fully
good
covered in
decisions
snow?
in these
Yes.
circumstances.
No, but
so-
I mean, what she's describing is what you would expect for someone who's in panic and sees this and just going, I'm going to do anything I can. I don't know what to do. I'm going to put a towel
Yep.
and she described the eye as being huge. Covered in snow. Her testimony cuts both ways in this one. At least this part of it does.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no, I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes,
And could you tell us how it felt?
it was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
Why add
You
that?
mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket. So I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
If his heart was not pumping, it would not be running.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Was
Did you ever see any pieces of glass?
is that from the interview or something? Is that one of Karen's interviews where she mentions? I don't understand. It must be. He must be trying to get some inconsistent statement that Karen made. There's a lot of this stuff that I'm wondering if he's teeing this up, and I'm going, "What was there supposed to be an answer there?" I guess the interview, the documentary. Yep, what I'm saying. Yeah, why docus you? Two.
Sticking out of his face.
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say
He's never.
4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over.
Side note: a person giving chest compressions could say 4 minutes to 5 minutes, and it could actually be like 3 hours. Like it's proven that like that time, like it just stops.
Or it could be not long at all because
Yeah,
it's actually
like-
hard to give chest compressions.
But your
But, yeah,
mental
you're-
processing of
the-
time.
The time estimate is worth nothing, is the
That's-
point.
Go over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And it's
That's another direct. I can with her direct examination. This is why I can see why they didn't cross her last time, because there's parts of it that help and parts of it that hurt. Right. So the parts that help, her running around and saying, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" So the questioning, her running around and questioning, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" gives either additional doubt to the question of her making the absolute statement, or it puts additional context to the statement being an excited utterance, like "I hit him," like without like knowing whether you did. So I can see how the defense would want that part in and not really want to go after that part. But again, testimony about the temperature of the body, taillight, is not. It's not an easy cross because you have to maintain. You have to keep sympathy. Like you can't go
You
completely.
can't go
out,
harsh without
but you
being
have to do
careful about it.
damage.
Yep.
Like I don't land to be anyone in this cross. Where's the cross?
I want to be the guy watching the cross from afar.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't want
good
to be cross
news.
this witness.
I get to do that.
It's a long ass sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos, like videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so. I
Okay,
don't think I was shown anything.
okay. Did you discuss other parts of your,
I missed that part. I
prior
wanted to go. I
testimony.
wanted to catch. Hang on. Give me 1
Yes.
second.
okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about
Oh, 2 hours, 6 minutes, 25 seconds. Getting across. Guys, the number of The cross makes a really good point right off the bat. I thought it was effective.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
That is
That's a lot of times.
a lot of times.
Like by trial standards, that's a lot of times.
I don't think I have ever heard of that many communications.
I generally haven't talked to my clients that many times when we get to a trial.
Which I'm not ascribing any. It's just that's a lot of times. And if you're a juror and you've
ascribing.
heard, but if you're a juror and you heard, Nuttall, who basically said I've talked to them 3 times, right? And the focus that was given to those 3 times of discussions, right? And how the jury just got a whole lesson of, my God, they really view these prior discussions as being important. It was a discussion about 3 of them. 50 times.
I mean, are they dating?
I was very confused about that.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
You know what? This is why she gets into the witness intimidation thing, right? If she's getting bothered, I can see why you would make a lot of phone calls. Still, though, the jury's left with the impression that there's a whole lot of communications occurring. Perhaps unfairly. Like, perhaps that's an unfair impression the jury's just been given. Because if she's calling the DA's office about, people calling her house or this other shit, people bothering her, which I don't. Then the defense was just allowed to put in the mind of the jury that she's communicated with the DA's office 50 plus times when, 30 of those might have been, I'm getting harassed. If that's the case, I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't have a single question. I have a single clue. The only thing I know is that 50 times is a lot of damn times.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and 2 of those are at the DA's office. 1 of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case?
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were
Why?
your questions ever prompted
Why
by
would you give
conversations that
any
you had
answers?
with your?
Why would you?
You know what happens when a witness asks me, how's the case going? My answer is generally none ya business.
It's
Like-
going.
This is weird.
Just very confused about the number of times of asking a question about the status of a case.
Your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe.
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those?
Oh, keep listening, Rob. She gets the next question. I get it. I get it. All right. Close that loop for me, Jackson. Thank you.
conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting.
Mr. Jackson, to be fair, the way you phrased the question kind of did elicit that answer, like just a bit. Like, what were the circumstances of the communication? Generally, that's just saying vaguely how and why the communication take place. If you tell me what was the manner of the communication, that would be the question. But it did kind of go down that road. Kerry was very, very much wanted to get that answer in.
Oh.
Very much wanted to get that. That was
Had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buknik, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you
There you go.
contacting Yuri Buknik? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buknik?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
ugh.
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks?
said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony,
The photograph, play through the photograph. discussion.
transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay. So you were shown something. You were shown a video.
Well, if the jury had any questions about whether there's a trial, first trial, whether it's televised or whether there's access to it.
That horse is depooped.
It
The poop
is.
is. I am seeing one. Have you seen the latest affidavit to drop?
Like since they stopped court today?
There's an affidavit in the Turtle Boy case.
Relevant
It
to the
is-
Karen Reed matter or relevant to what?
Oh yes. I'm just gonna send that to you.
Do that.
because that is some of the wildest shit I've seen. And all right, I just sent it to you via alternate means.
Got it. Okay, let me keep playing this for a second, and then I'll read that separately while this is playing in the background. We get to Jen McCabe around. I mean, honestly, the entire thing ends up being littered with Jen McCabe. So let me read this.
I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
Was he
You
watching?
didn't have any
or?
communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
I'm seeing those furrowed eyebrows.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information
She
to
does
law
not.
enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
And that's objectionable.
Yeah.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Objection.
State.
That's in the province of the
Argumentative.
jury.
I want to talk
Well,
about
and
the
also
statements
it's
in the
in
prior
the province of
testimony
the
that you
jury,
have
not the
provided in
witness.
this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
Nope, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm
Philip, no,
not
I have no
following you
power
very
over the Oilers.
It's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Already out.
Yeah.
Did you indicate at
Too
any
late.
time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in a rush. So, may I?
Yes.
Take this back? Please. Court permission, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
And then they're done the sidebar
Yeah.
in like 0
Yeah.
seconds. She's like, please
That
feel
was
free to
quicker than we
stretch
thought, Judge.
and stop.
Yes.
Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car and there was an interaction among the three of you.
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not
That day,
know.
right?
That's a Nettie cough.
Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Wee little bit of
Yes.
the cat brainworms going on.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but guilty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
When a lawyer says under penalty of perjury on something you're doing, you should get nervous.
Like, you know it's coming. If you went over the prior testimony, wasn't this
Rob, did I send you any of my hot sauce?
Yes. Well, you haven't sent me the new batch. I had the old one that you gave me in person.
This is the old batch. I still am working on the new batch, but I've got some spicy, spicy Budweiser stuff, but it's not spicy enough, so it gets more hot sauce.
That's fair. Come on. Jackson, you have it.
Yeah, that's what I needed.
Do you think the jury is going to understand the significance of this? And you say lie, but this inconsistency, let's say inconsistency.
I
That
hope
is
so.
That's the big question. That is always the big question. Because these two witnesses are going to be separated by about a mile. Very, very wise to do so. But will they recall the testimony itself? Will they recall the specifics of it? Does it have an impact to anyone who hasn't been living with this case or understood this case for the entire time? And I don't know. I really don't. This could, I mean, here's what it really depends on. It really depends on that cross of Jen McCabe. It all depends on Jen McCabe.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Spoiler.
Thank you.
Sure. And if you can read on to page 83 as well.
I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
Wha- So here's the question. That sets up Jen McCade's testimony. Okay. Thank you, Sandy, for taking a look at that. I think I can pull that up. But then, if it has been filed,
It looks like it's been filed. I mean,
I think
we can talk about our thoughts about it as well, but I'm thinking you're thinking some of the same things I'm thinking.
I am. It's very strange. So getting back to the point on the issue, Kerry Roberts. Several things. Why does this matter? Why does any of this matter? This is less about Kerry Roberts' credibility and more about whether Kerry Roberts' recollection of these things that are being offered is really her true recollection, or whether that recollection is being colored by, I mean, influence is the way we would phrase it, but I don't know that you need to go that far as describing it as something really persuading you. The question is, are these the independent memories and observations of Kerry Roberts, right? Or are these a mixture of two? A mixture of Kerry Roberts and a mixture of Jen? And the question about Jen becomes, there's some very odd things for her to have remembered or her to have testified to.
I mean, this trial is going to be full of odd.
It is going to be full of odd. Google hypothermia. Google hypothermia. It's a very odd thing to say for it to come out of nowhere. I'm not expecting witnesses to be perfect, but, and honestly, I don't know that she really knows that what she said wasn't true or knows the difference one way or the other. Question is, are these statements enough to be viewed on their own as being wholly independent and reliable just on this person? Or is this an amalgamation of two people? Larger question is, does the jury care? Me, personally, if I'm really looking at this critically, like an actual human being, I don't know that the jury gives a shit. I don't know that the jury has an understanding of these inconsistencies and what they mean and what their relevance is and how that's there. And I honestly don't know if the best closing argument in the world can put it all together. This is also why I've never really liked the idea of running this trial with the conspiracy thing as being in the forefront of the discussion.
But
let me tell you what, if you're going to go after one person in this trial, that you need three total people. No, I would say there's 4 witnesses from the defense's perspective they absolutely need to go after. Marino on the extractions.
Proctor. I mean, Proctor is the main one.
Proctor's the main one. Buchanan and Jen McCabe. Higgins, you have to go after Higgins. Those are the witnesses you really have to go after, because those are the witnesses that provide the most details that are favorable to the Commonwealth on their narrative. Are you really making headway with each of these individual witnesses? Going after Kerry Roberts, I think Kerry Roberts, they went after her. They got the inconsistencies because it's not really attacking her. This is a sideswipe at McCabe. This ain't going after Kerry Roberts. This is going after Jen McCabe. This is basically putting Jen McCabe in their sights and putting her name in the jury's mind early on in the trial. So For me, yeah, you're going to have to go after, and the butt dials, all the butt dials. Butt dials, the butt answering, the butt hanging up. Those are the things that are more significant to me. This, you were making the point to try and discredit her. I think he did a decent job. I don't know that he scored as many points as I think a lot of people in the media are looking at, because I'm looking at how the jury is perceiving this, and I don't think the jury is bringing home what Alan Jackson is trying to deliver.
I have a theory that the butts were actually the conspiracy.
Conspiracy from the butts. Conspiracy.
That just the
It's
butts
logical.
got together and planned this all.
Logical. I don't think the jury is ingesting this. I think the jury is confused as to why we're going back and forth on certain limited issues. I think the jury is feeling, at least at this point, that we're nitpicking a bit. I think
Hopefully
the jury
can draw everything together eventually. That's really what it comes down to.
That's the hope. And the hope is their eyes haven't glossed over and glazed over by the time you get there. I think that's the big one. So Kerry Roberts, did she say something inconsistent? And Jackson's gonna bring it home.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand?
What was the one he wanted? Now I want to know what the question was that he wanted to get in, because that basically is, hey, we've had this discussion at sidebar. You're not going to this one, right?
Jury.
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Just
Yes.
wondering why this is.
Sure.
I think. So I'm not positive. Yep. I say I think. So I'm not positive.
Side note, jurors pick up on that part. You start nitpicking over I think versus I said, like it's that part, like that one.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Is that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
For everyone that's wondering about the significance of that, one, that wasn't the question that Judge Cannoni asked at all.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
All right. So Adam Lawley asks Kerry Roberts, what, if anything, did you hear? Like, what did you hear Karen ask Jen?
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google
Yeah.
being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that You were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
Mayor Coach? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
Here's why. Here's another reason why this is relevant. This is why you're focusing so much on this conversation, and this hopefully will clarify some of the questions people asking questions about. We are supposed to give credibility. So this is what's being asked of us from the prosecution. The prosecution is asking you, please give credibility to Kerry Roberts and what she is testifying to as statements coming out of the defendant's mouth, right? So Kerry Roberts has said the defendant has said A, B, C, D, E. Kerry Roberts is saying Karen Reed said these things out loud. And the prosecution is saying, believe that, believe that, believe that, believe that. You have to believe that. What the defense is doing is the defense is saying, when you have attributed words to Karen Reed, you have attributed those words not having heard them yourself, right? You have attributed words to her saying, I heard Karen Reed say this when you were not actually present to hear those things, right? You have heard those things from a third party.
Well, and also you were lying.
I don't even have to go that far. For me, it's you might have been saying something that you thought Karen Reed said, but they weren't something that you actually heard. So now I have to go back and look at everything else that you said that Karen Reed, that you ascribed to Karen Reed. And I have to go back and look at those things and say, I can't really trust that you heard that. All of this falls on Jen McCabe's credibility. The challenge is that does that explanation come across in the simple questioning being asked of Kerry Roberts? No. If any of you were sitting there wondering, why are we going down this rabbit hole and you're waiting for me to give you that explanation, then there's probably jurors that are sitting there, same damn thing. That's the issue that we're having right now. When she's done.
Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything?
To give you an idea of how much they focused on this one question, I just fast forwarded like 8 minutes and they're still on this and trying to get this one admission. The issue isn't so much we're expecting witnesses to be perfect, have perfect memory or do all this stuff. No, but when questions are asked of you that are relatively straightforward to answer, like, do you remember saying this? And I show you a transcript and then I ask you, do you remember saying this? And you have read the transcript and you still say no to me. At that point in time, you're just straining credulity. Like, I don't believe you anymore. You have lost credibility to me. Whether the jury sees it that way or not, I don't understand. But jurors they get frustrated with lawyers for nitpicking on words, but they also get frustrated frustrated at witnesses for not just answering a simple question with a simple answer. Oh, did I fast forward to recross? Oh, I did, because I wanted to get to the very end.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay.
Let's clip 3 again. Try that. Only thing. It's lunch.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
So Brennan
Yes.
lost that argument.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Oh,
Jesus.
come on. Objection.
Argumentative objection shouldn't have been asked. What a
Objection.
Objection, dipshit.
There's no further questions.
Okay, so recross.
Just asked. Just a few minutes ago.
I mean, that's not actually how you're allowed to do it.
Did you
but,
ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what you're just.
This brings up a good question that was being asked about, does the constant questioning ever does the jury ever get frustrated with the constant questioning? Yes, sometimes they do. But the constant questioning can also be to wear witnesses down, where they get more and more frustrated and they do this. So you get the witness fighting with you on an issue like this. And this is to say that you simply misunderstood the question. One, that's a problem, because that question is pretty straightforward. So did you misunderstand any of the questions being asked of you today? That's a problem. I would have asked that question if I was Jackson. My immediate follow-up, like when she says, I misunderstood the question. I said, did you misunderstand any of the questions asked of you by Mr. Brennan today? We need to go back and revisit any of those. And it would have been objected to, and it would have been a proper objection, as argumentative as hell. But the point would have been made.
Well, I would argue it's not argumentative, because you're just trying.
Well, she did. She testified.
We're just trying to exclude that. Your Honor, we're just trying to get clarity as to what's going on. If she's saying she didn't understand that prior question, we just need to know, like, did she answer any other questions without understanding them, so that we can, determine that. And if she did misunderstand or isn't sure she understood some of the other questions, then we want to explore that. We want to ask questions about that.
And here's the other part that I think you can follow up on. Obsidian makes a really good point. Lolly's questionings were inherently leading, right? What, if anything, did you remember hearing? Lolly couldn't ask a non-leading question. So there's a part of it where it's like, yeah, you might have misunderstood that. But at that point in time, I mean, Lolly's asking the question, Lolly's answering the question, Lolly's testifying at that point. So are you being again led, or do I now get to point out that in closing that all the questions being asked of these witnesses were being asked in a leading fashion? Like, this is
Word was heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong, because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked,
whoa,
what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard? Your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long - Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically,
Thank
I was
you. May I
under
have
oath, and I
another?
did not hear Jen.
yeah.
Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
Oh,
not intentionally.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question.
he got her though. He got her.
At the end of the day, here's where all of that cross led to. And it's kind of the defense attorney's dream, where you get the witness to actually admit they lied. Not that they misremembered, not that they misheard, not that they were
To use the L word.
confused. They actually used the L word, lied. Is the jury going to forgive that? I don't know. Does the jury give it the same weight that I do as a lawyer? I don't know. I can tell you, a judge in a bench trial, I've had bench trials where a judge has basically said, where I've had a witness to say, I had a witness get up and say, I've never been drunk around my kids. Not once, ever, not once. And I had a video of this.
Bad thing.
And that was the thing. I had one photo. That's all I had was one photo. I had one photo of this person holding his child who he clearly looked shit-faced holding a beer. And that's all I did. I said, is that you holding your child? I didn't need a date. I didn't need context. I didn't need shit because that witness said, I never. You know what the judge said? The judge says, I can't. The judge in a bench trial, the judge said, I can't give credibility to a single word that you said because you did the one thing you can't do, lie to the court. So now I can't give weight to anything else you said. That's a judge. That's not a jury. Juries are different. A jury can very much give weight to everything else she says. The jury doesn't have to give any weight to what Alan Jackson said. Was it a good cross? Yeah, it was long-winded. He hammered on points that I think he could have left. But to make that one point of the inconsistent statement and actually get the actual statement of you lied, and then the combative nature doesn't look good. Now, again, I don't know how the jury's perceiving this. Juries are very different. Juries are reactionary when you're in the courtroom. So if a lawyer is going down this rabbit hole and trying to make a point, they better have at least one eye on the damn jury. Because if a jury's getting frustrated with you for going down this rabbit hole and you ain't bringing the goods and you're not paying attention to them, they will resent you like hell for going down that rabbit hole. So I'm not seeing the jury. I don't know what they're doing. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Question, Mr. Jackson.
All right. Is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
She fucking hates him.
That's what happened.
All right.
Play that again.
Okay.
She's like, she really fucking hates him. She
Oh my
really
God,
does.
play that
She-
again.
Question, Mr. Jackson.
All right. Is there any other question or was that it?
Cut it. You got to get the
I
whole
said I
thing.
missed it. Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
Oh,
I
you know
did
what?
Not intentionally.
I just realized that Judge Bev just fucking did it. She did it. She did it. Judge Bev did it. It wasn't even Jackson that did it. Judge Bev, by not either sustaining the objection or over, because that's what Judge Bev does. She doesn't sustain or overrule the objection. She looks back at the witness and says, was this the truth? Thinking the witness is going to say, no, that's not what happened. Like that has been 99% of the time. Judge Bev has looked down at the witness. Do you remember that? And the witness is like, no, I don't remember that. Or did you lie? No, I didn't lie. That has been the modus operandi. Judge Bev looks down at Kerry Roberts and says, did you lie?
And she
And I don't
says,
think Judge Bev was getting, Judge Bev, there's no way she thought this was coming. Because you hear her cut herself off.
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And
Not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right. Is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now.
That's what happened.
All
He
right.
heard her just fine, by the
Okay.
by.
In that quote,
Like he totally heard
You
her just
said-
fine.
Oh yeah.
When he says, "Oh, I didn't hear her," and she has to repeat it. That was for the jury.
Well, yeah. That was.
at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with
Sorry, I
Google
believe the
hypothermia.
record will say it was
What did you
Hoslam.
mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McCabe. Yeah, it's bad.
That did not go good.
Oh, she got murdered.
That was one of the longest
The next trial will
cross-examinations.
be-
I mean, that cross-examination was long. It was long. It was a travel. It was an expedition. It was a lot. What's funny is last 5 minutes of that cross-examination might be the only thing the jury remembers. Literally.
Yeah, but that 5 minutes is and somebody
Remember I
said,
said
are
like-
witnesses not allowed emotions after being bullied?
They
Um,
absolutely. Well,
thing is
honestly, my
she's
witnesses.
allowed to have emotions, but she earned that shit fest. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, my witnesses. My witnesses, no, you're not allowed to have emotions. You're not. You will. You absolutely will have emotions. They're gonna happen, and they are every lawyer's worst fucking nightmare. They are or your best dream. So you have witnesses, eyewitnesses. I put clients on the stand, and there are clients that you're really afraid to put on the stand. Very afraid to put on the stand. Because you know that client is volatile. Let's say hypothetically you have a client that really fucking hates their spouse, like really hates their spouse, like so much, and they can't bottle it up no matter what. It's like every discussion turns into I hate my spouse, every single one. And you have prepped this client to the nth degree, and you have prepped them to the point where they can make it through a solid 2 hours of talking about all the things their spouse did without making a single mistake. But at hour 2 and 3 minutes, all of a sudden, all of that composure falls apart. And the client and the witness goes sideways, and you, as the lawyer, are sitting there going, oh my God. And the client's looking at you the worst is when the client's not looking at you because they have now started seeing red, and you're going, fuck, can't do anything. And you start objecting, even though you have no base for the objection, because you just want to make the bleeding stop, because the witness has clearly all of a sudden lost all of the practice and all of the composure that you've worked on for so long. And you're just going, God, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Because now opposing counsel has their teeth in them and has them just screaming and yelling. And now they're both looking like assholes. Problem is, it's expected of the lawyer. It's expected of the lawyer to look like an asshole.
I mean, the other thing is, I remember I had a file. It's another sort of self-defense argument. And you've got an issue of, I need to make that guy look like the angry jerk. And so I'm being a condescending shit to him. Because of course I am, because I need to make him look like a jerk. And so he's holding up pretty good for a while. And then eventually I'm just like, I said something along the lines of, oh, I'm sure you're never engaged in violence in your life or something like that. And he said, and he just like looks at me and he says something like, you you better have the sheriff walk you to the car. And the judge just went, and he was just like, and I just said, what do you mean by that? And he said, you know what I mean, you asshole, to me. And I was like, thank you.
Mhm.
He's allowed his emotions, but it tanked him.
You lose a lot of credibility. And is every witness supposed to be perfect? No. But a witness that's that impactful, do you prep the hell out of them and pray to God they hold up throughout the entire cross-examination? Yes. You are sitting there and you are saying every prayer you can imagine in the book. Say, please don't let them get mad. Please don't let them get mad. Please don't let them get mad. Like, please.
Especially on anything self-defense or anything like that. You just want them to be super, super calm. So, yeah.
Number of times that I've just thrown up that little prayer, or the number of times that I've just tossed my pen on the desk because I saw my client, like, that I had completely prepped and was completely perfect. And all of a sudden I'm in the middle of this and the client, I just see that it's like you can see the red just go across their eyes. And there's been times I've just tossed my pen on the desk. Like, this is like the mess that I'm gonna have to clean up after this is just not possible.
Yep. Oh, I mean, I'm sure like you end up with files where the issue is like domestic violence kind of stuff.
Oh.
And it's like, you need your client to not freak out on the stand and do something that makes them look like an angry psycho.
Mm-hmm. And those are always the cases where the other side, the lawyer on the other side, is the righteous asshole who just doesn't know the meaning of chill. It just goes completely attack mode.
And the thing is that sometimes you do that on purpose because you know it's gonna, like, you know, jerk the other side around. You know, sometimes you gotta needle somebody. Part of the job.
Yep. The one of the equity partners of our firm, one of the two names in the firm, has a reputation as a lawyer. He's earned that reputation. Half the people that leave him negative reviews or talk shit about him, almost all the people that leave him those negative reviews are the exes that he attacked in court. Like, just it's just ruthless. I mean, I have never seen an opposing party get off the witness stand not wanting to take this guy and just beat the shit out of him every time. The number of death threats he's had. So, let's catch up on the chats. And then I don't know. I play 5 minutes of Adam Lally and Elizabeth Little. I think I do, just for like a little bit of fun. John Scott, that's generally my cross style too, mostly because I'm uncomfortable with confrontation. Yes, it's a hard trait as a lawyer to maintain that composure and to go in slow and methodical. Yeah, it's difficult. Shorty 6890, thanks for becoming a member. Byron Butterfield, procedure following I hit him is to ask with what? I mean, if you're an EMT and if you're doing chest compressions and someone walks up and says, I hit him, in my mind, I'm not listening to that. I'm giving chest compressions. I'll come back to you in a minute and I'll ask you, you hit him. Can you describe that later? But right now I'm in life-saving mode. So I don't fault anyone for not following up on that. Julia 543, did you both have a happy miscongeniality day? I didn't know it was a day.
What?
Yes, I did. Oh, what's your perfect date? April 24th, April 25th. Because it's not too hot and you can wear a light sweater, something like that. It's a line from Miscongeniality. You got to watch more.
I do not get it.
It's fair. Random Fortune. I've been watching Andrea, Ian, and now FNF. Caught a few other commentaries too. Love that you all have picked up different things. We generally will. Just lawyers, different experiences, different training, different backgrounds. Not to mention the fact that we disagree with each other as a natural trait. Like, Lawyers
It is
are
true.
just-
If you get 2 lawyers in a room, you'll get 3 opinions.
yeah, that's just natural. Amber C, I hope this jury has learned anything in 3 is a red flag. It might. It also, the problem is it's also reinforcing. AG hyped for the State Court Reporters Association Spring Convention tomorrow. Congratulations. That's going to be fun. We'll be drifting off to stream because I have to get up at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. Best of luck to you, AG. Hope you have a wonderful day. Light Queen, FNF, and Cricket. Great way to spend an evening. That does sound like.
Oh, I was like, cricket.
No,
That's
not the sport cricket. Cricket like the thing that's over here. Back.
Yeah. Mine is right here.
Sandy, thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Red of Orange's court cam, Elijah. Delayed reaction owing to a low charge phone, but glad I wasn't the only one who picked up on the "is that the right answer" daddy vibes from Karen Roberts or from Kerry Roberts. It was definitely something they had gone through. When I say that witness was prepped, that witness was prepped.
Over prepped.
And that witness had a breaking point, and everyone knew what the breaking point was, and everyone was holding on to their seats and hoping that they didn't get there. Well, some people hoping they didn't get there, some people hoping they did. That courtroom was probably tense leading up to that, which is why you see the lawyers jumping out of their seats to ask questions and in redirect or cross, because they're trying to just either stop it from going over the edge or push it over the edge. Edward Kirkpatrick, did we talk about the painted rock with Albert and dots on it that was added to the front lawn at 34 Fairview for the View? No. There was
Are
a
you
painted-
familiar with that?
No. What happened today at the View? I didn't read the reports after the View.
Somebody put a painted rock on the front lawn, which says Albert's and looks like blood and has some dots on it. So
Did the jury see it?
I don't know.
Wow. This is one of the things that this jury should make this decision free from outside influence and based on the rules of evidence for information coming in. That's not fun to hear. That's not good. McSquirrel, he has removable eyes. I contacted him. That's my bad. I apologize. Isn't that why he wants Arca out? This is as to Brennan. Brennan also has projected a pretty much big moving target. He didn't tell you the mechanism of injury during the opening statement. And he desperately wants to have Arca boxed in every respect for what their opinion is. Challenge is that responding experts are often in that awkward position of they're responding. They kind of have to, there's a delay in what they say, and they usually have more latitude to say more things because they're responding to your obligation to say what happened and how it transpired. I don't like that Brennan keeps reversing that argument. Like, I need to know what they're going to say so I can respond to it. No, you should know what happened.
Yeah, you're the prosecution.
You shouldn't need nothing that they say in any respect should be able to dismantle the case that you have put together. Their opinions, quite frankly, shouldn't matter. So that's bothered me a bit. Trace Collins, so when Kerry saw the taillight, it didn't look like it does now. That's all I heard. Frankly, that testimony went for so long, I don't know how much the jurors are going to remember other than that last 5 minutes. Just because Kerry isn't bad, she's just compromised by Jen. It's possible.
Yeah, I kind of have the thought that, I sort of read that as like Jen seems to be running that show.
This trial really does. Jen McCabe becomes very significant. Fred, LMAO Ian, and I had the same reaction to it was a blizzard. And someone from Edmonton. Rolling eyes signed someone from Edmonton and someone from Quebec. Check historical records. The blizzard started after he was found. The snow falling is interesting because by all reports, there's a lot going on there. Salehounds. Ultra trial had an animation of a ski accident. Could either side have given that kind of depiction to make their case? Every state's different. Every judge is different. Every trial is different. If you remember watching the Murdoch trial,
this judge would allow it from the Commonwealth, but not from the defense.
If you guys remember the Murdoch trial, and I think I had issues with this about the demonstration because they were allowed to put on that 3D rendering of the trajectory of all the bullets. And they were trying to do that to portray where the shooter was coming from for every shot. And it's difficult when you try to do the types of demonstration because it has to be consistent with facts that are presented in evidence. And if there's moving parts in the facts, and if the facts change a little bit during presentation, then it becomes a problem. Catlin, shoot, haven't caught an FNF in so long. Missed these. Alas, I'm sick AF with either Ebola or the plague. Oh my gosh. I hope that's not true. And I hope that's just being
I hope that's a little bit
hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Hyperbolic. Hope you're doing okay. Going to bed. Get rest. We'll catch replay. We love you guys in the replay crew. If you are there, please leave a like. Olga, from my notes I took in the last trial, Karen's Lexus model was 60 inches, 6 feet. Just under 6 feet. John is 181 centimeters, 5'11" or 6 feet. So his head maybe could have hit the top of that. It could have. I don't know how that mechanically works without injuries sustained to his ribs, shoulder, arm, other than just the scratches. That's what someone's gonna have to explain to me. Just because wind and snow can make your face feel cold pretty quick, or at least minutes rather than hours, even when alive and healthy. They're putting a lot of focus on the temperature. And I'm curious what the pathologist for the defense is going to say, because these experts, this does come down to a lot of the science. A lot of this stuff is all background, but a lot of this comes down to the science. And I'm ready to get to experts, man. I'm tired. Ready to get to experts.
Pamela, you want to get to Haas Long to die in the cold.
I want to get to experts explaining mechanics to me. I am in my core, at my core, I am an engineer's son and grandson. And I need to understand how the mechanics works. I don't understand a lot of emotion. I don't understand a lot of the admissions or the statements or the anger or the other crap. That to me, that stuff, people are going to say what they're going to say. I don't ascribe very much weight to a lot of it because I've been doing this for long enough that I know that people are going to say what they're going to say. Show me the mechanics. Pamela, how is there no road salt residue on the allegedly exposed interior taillight? The police photo, you could have gotten it wet at least. I don't know. You can ask that question. Might be a good one during cross. Edward Kirkpatrick, note last time the Commonwealth and Judge Bev rushed to kick down harassment. This time they didn't want it opened. Hank objected to keep harassment out. Because it runs a risk on an appellate issue. If you allow that information in, allowing extraneous stuff in that's not a part of the case becomes a challenge for the appellate court. No one wants this overturned on appeal. Well,
I mean, depends how it goes.
At this juncture, people want this appellate record kept clean. Kelly B. Jen McCabe was talked about so much during Ms. Kerry's testimony that judge calls her Ms. McCabe at the end. Yeah, and I think that was the point. That was the entire point of that cross-examination. The point of that cross-examination wasn't so much getting Kerry Reid to admit that she was wrong. It was getting Kerry Reid and Jen McCabe so intertwined that you mistook one for the other. And apparently, literally, that's what happened. Lil Haroak, thanks for giving me a remember. Reiko's mom, thank you very much. 2 years, I spent most of my time on Replay Crew. We'll have to finish this on the Replay Crew as I got to get up for work in the morning. Good night. Good night to you. Holly's Hobbies, no fair. And now we need to know. That's the affidavit. I might get to that if I can get through these super chats. Philip Coggins, seriously, Runkle, can you do something about that annoying ass goal horn and the Oilers have most pressing issue in Canada right now? Ian already said he doesn't have control over that.
I don't even watch the Oilers.
Ian doesn't watch sports ball or sports ice. Mindy, I started this because I have the Remarkable and the Remarkable Pro. People who have the Remarkable out there, would you recommend the Remarkable to wear the Remarkable Pro? I loved my Remarkable Pro. It's great. It's larger. It's more like the size of an actual notepad.
I kind of want one.
I use the color feature a ton. I mean, I take notes in multicolor. That's the ADHD in me. So I use that damn thing. That has every single case file I have on it. It has all of my exhibits. It has all of my notes. It has everything that my entire practice is on. Not to mention, I also keep notes for the trials I cover on YouTube on there as well. So I could not recommend the Remarkable Pro anymore. I mean, I live by that. Geraldine Friedrich, AJ told the jury to look for the lies. Telling the jury to look for the lies doesn't mean that they're actually going to see them when they happen. Or that they're going to give them the significance that you want them to. There is a very, very good train of thought, and it's very logical that the jury just doesn't give a shit about half the things that you think are important. And you know who gets to make the decision at the end of the day? The jury. Not you. Not us.
And the jury are a bunch of jerks.
I mean, love the jurors. They're not randos off the street. They're not. What was they call them in the Take Care of My trial?
Bus stop randos.
Bus stop rando. That was it. You love the jury, but the jury hasn't lived with this case forever. Jury is like saying, get to the point. I need to understand what happened. You need to give it to me in crayon. Maddie Kerry, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to speak disrespectfully of the people's intelligence. I have no qualms with Kerry. I have no reason to think she's not intelligent. I have no reason to think of that. I think that what came across in that was that there were certain things that she attributed to be true because she heard them from something that she viewed to be a reliable source. There's certain things that she said she heard herself that she did not. I don't know that I can treat her like a reliable source. That's what I take from it. Salty C, thanks for becoming a member. Edward Kirkpatrick, consciousness of guilt, setting up Google search, buttressing long before anyone knew it existed on Defense Public. Oh, you mean are you talking about Kerry Roberts and the testimony about the Karen asked me to Google hypothermia, how long? I don't know. I need to listen to the experts on that one too. The experts are going to sway me one way or the other. Aurora Aura, thank you. Robin Ian, much love from Wyoming. Thank you very much. Creek, thanks for becoming a member. Texas Prime, thank you very much. AJ will take as long as it takes to get to the truth. Just worried the judge will start rushing the defense in order to keep the trial length. Promise. It's a double-edged sword. The judge knows that. Alan Jackson knows that. Everyone in the room knows that. The longer you keep a witness on the stand, the longer your cross goes, the more you are alienating the jury. The jury is going, what's the point of you being here and asking the same question 9 million times? That's a real thing. So the judge doesn't really have to jump in because it becomes you are handicapping yourself the longer you keep going. Annabelle Feinstein, over 2 years of fun. Thanks for being here, Annabelle Feinstein. Love having you in the chat. CS Tears, please read Affadavit or whatever it was. The scent. I will get to that in a second. Lady Fang, can we get the tea on the affidavit? Yes, I will get to that. I will. I promise. Kylie, he was on airway, though I typically took airway when I was lead because I could interview at the same time. Switching off the airway. So you would switch off airway and interview at the same time. I can see that. So you're switching it off so that you can both get information. So one of you is not fully occupied with or distracted. Texas Prime, wouldn't there be salt in the taillight? Yep, I saw that question earlier. It's a good question to ask. Not a smash at the Sally Port. I don't know. It's a good question. You can follow up on it. This is Squirrel. Thank you for gifting memberships. Edward Kirkpatrick, grand jury testimony long before anyone knew it. Oh, about the Google issue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was before anyone knew, but it was grand jury testimony. Jordan Patterson, coming in late. I'll be on rewatch because of yours and Ian's openness. I got tested and diagnosed for ADHD at 32. Jordan,
nice.
Very glad you took that step and did what was best for you. Hopefully that leads you to answers, processing how you think and feel about things all the time.
And hopefully improvement to your life.
Yeah, that's a big part. All right. Shall I do this?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, caveat, we are taking this with a massive, and I mean massive, Canton brain worm size grain of salt.
It's an entire Lot's wife of salt.
It's all the salt. Like it is. I don't believe. Let me give you this. I'm putting this on the screen because it was filed in court. It is a court filing, which means that the judge has to deal with it. Parties have to deal with it. It is there. Question is, I don't think I'm going to give it a single ounce of weight. Not until I see more than just the affidavit. There's an affidavit filed today.
I honestly don't know what to make of this.
I'm not giving it any weight. I'm really not. Not until I see more. Affidavit filed today in the Aiden Kearney case. Now comes the undersigned and states the following to the best of their knowledge. Under penalty of perjury, this 21st day of April. My name is blank. I reside in Massachusetts. I'm an age of competent to make this affidavit. I've been friendly with Catherine Peter, and after Peter for close to a year. Multiple conversations and face-to-face interactions with Peter. Peter volunteered information to me about Karen Reed's case countless times through our friendship. All factual representations below are from what Peter told me about her involvement in the Karen Reed and Kearney case. Carney cases, right? Carney.
Mm-hmm.
During Karen Reed's first trial, she was in regular communication with Adam Lally. At one point, prior to jury deliberations, Peter met with Adam Lally for lunch. During this lunch meeting, Lally told Peter that he knows the foreperson who is a retired police officer, and he, the juror, is guaranteeing a mistrial. That is what was verbally reported to me by Peter. This begins the grain of salt. Third party, like third-hand information. And it's all based on communications. It's all hearsay. A lot of it is just, again, I don't know how much weight I can give any of this. I'm not giving very much of it at all. People are asking for a swoop. I'm sorry. Swoop to crazy. Swooping to crazy. Double swoop to crazy. She told me she paid $1,500 a month via Cash App for her assistance in the Reed and Carney prosecutions. Karen Reed was innocent, but she has to, quote, play the game. I interpreted this to mean Peter's role is to publicly promote, advocate on social media that Ms. Reed is guilty. She opined that if anyone killed John, it was blank, an asshole. Described a lot of people. Yeah, Massachusetts.
I was gonna say that redaction is the least narrowed down redaction in the history of redactions.
I mean, wild. Peter's very close with Hank Brennan, has multiple conversations and meetings with him. I personally heard Peter on the phone with Hank Brennan. I can have any number of questions / objections to that statement. During a phone conversation between Peter and Brennan that I was present for and personally recognized Hank Brennan's voice, Peter told him that her people leaked it to the media, referring to the federal investigations being over. Y'all, if you're not reading between the lines and like having a heavy dose of skepticism, you should be. Like, don't take this for face value. There needs to be a whole lot more.
Oh, I mean, the thing is there's enough here to investigate.
It is. Ask questions.
But possibly to get some warrants.
Subpoena, maybe. Could be. Whoever put this on the road.
They should search for the couch.
But I've been streaming for 4 hours and 44 minutes. Someone's got to fill me in on the couch right now.
You're going to get to the couch.
All right. During a phone conversation I thought I read this already. Between Peter and Brennan, I was present and personally recognized Hank Brennan's voice. Peter told him that, quote, her people leaked it to the media referring to the investigation. I did read that. As of April 15, 2025, Peter is not talking directly to Hank anymore. We're using a third party to communicate. Oh. Okay. Peter said that she is, quote, untouchable, quote, because of everything she is doing to assist the prosecution. And that, quote, no matter what violations I'm charged with, Morrissey is keeping me out of jail, end quote. Peter asked me to, quote, go stalk Karen Reed in the seaport, end quote, and it stated, Karen Reed stays at the Omni Hotel. She stated to me that we can take photos to sell to the Daily Mail and that she has done that before. Peter informed me that Jennifer McCabe bought her a brand new sectional as compensation for his, oh, that's the couch.
That's the
compensation for her assistance. Compensated in couches. What?
What, have you never been paid in couches?
No. What am I going to do with it? Am I going to store it?
Come on, Rob. You got to be getting paid in couches.
Get paid in couches. I mean,
I've been paid in guns.
I've heard of being paid in artwork.
I mean, I've been paid in couches, or I've been paid in guns, not couches.
Peter was told by Jennifer McCabe that Jennifer McCabe informed Michael Morrissey. Holy shit, that's a whole lot. Peter was told by Jennifer McCabe that Jennifer McCabe informed Michael Morrissey that she is not testifying unless Turtle Boy is in jail. Michael Morrissey informed Jennifer McCabe that he would have to subpoena her. And Jennifer McCabe then told Michael Morrissey, then we won't say what you want us to say. A lot of that. Lindsay. With a Doberman, you may want payment in couches.
Oh, zing.
That was good. That was a good one. That was a really good one. Peter got rid of his phone the day after Aidan Carney announced on his live show that he was looking to get personal communication with Michael Morrissey. Peter said to me, they will never get the communications between me and Morrissey. The day that Peter showed up to protest the Karen Reed trial, Peter informed me that Jen McCabe paid me for her show of support. On March 16, 2025, Peter told me that she went to meet Michael Morrissey and Jen McCabe at the undisclosed location in Braintree. Peter returned home. She had a manila envelope in her hand. Guess that money. Peter informed me that she has seen emails that are subject to a protective order between Karen Reed prosecution team and Jennifer McCabe. That would be a problem. A lot of this stuff is a problem.
Well, I mean, a lot of this stuff is not just problem, but like potential felonies. But the question is how much of it actually occurred.
Peter reported to me,
but like potential felonies are definitely on the list of things we call problems.
Yeah, generally speaking. However, on list of lawyers, generally it's like a Tuesday. Peter reported to me that upon request of Hank Brennan, she provided the spreadsheet of all the, quote, free Karen Reed Facebook supporters at the Commonwealth for this upcoming trial. Peter told me that Hank Brennan is providing information to the federal authorities regarding Karen Reed and Carding because he wants them in jail for the trial. You're not going to get that, especially not Karen Reed. Peter told me she's going to start.
If you could get her bond revoked, then possibly.
But she's allowed to be present in court when the trials take place. Peter told me she's going to start rumors about jurors being afraid to serve because Turtle Boy would go after them. We're just working overtime to make sure that Turtle Boy can't be in the courtroom for the trial. Well, we knew that second sentence was true. I don't need to have inside information to know that that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, that one isn't inside information. It's just
common knowledge. Peter admitted to me that she created the image of Karen Reed and Alan Jackson embracing that was given to the Daily Mail. That's interesting. Okay. Early January, Peter and I were discussing the Lindsay Gattani case against Aiden Carney. I mentioned something about Gattani being pregnant at the time. And Peter interrupted me saying Lindsay was never pregnant. Was that Jackson's jab? He made the pregnant comment.
No, the pregnant comment was over, theoretically.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah, it's like a little bit pregnant kind of jab.
Yeah, I get it. You're either pregnant or not. Like, yeah, it's, yeah. I'm aware that Peter and Gattani were close friends in the past and worked together against Mr. Carney.
Or sorry, technically.
I understand that I am not represented by any attorneys connected with Aiden Carney or Karen Reed defense teams, that I'm turning over this information because it's important to know the truth about what's going on, not being coerced, compensated. I'm doing this of my own free will. April 21, 2025. So people always ask me this question. You probably get it too. But it was filed in court, right? It has to be. It was filed in court. It has some more significance because of the fact that it was filed, or because of the fact that it was sworn.
All sorts of stuff gets filed.
Everything gets filed. The number of things that get sworn to are innumerable.
Oh, you do family law.
Yeah. Just because someone signs an affidavit that's sworn under oath that says this is what they viewed, this is what they perceived, this was what they overheard, doesn't mean shit. I'm going to need a lot more. And I'm going to need more than this too. Edward says the receipt from Aiden is out there for the omni stalking part of this affidavit. Okay. What does that have to do with the price of tea and, I don't know.
Confirming minor bits doesn't necessarily confirm the major bits.
Exactly. So I don't know who the affiant is. I don't know the substance of their knowledge. I don't know whether any of that is true or not. I imagine it will be vehemently denied by all parties involved. I don't know if there's anything to corroborate that in the face of their denial.
But the allegations are spectacular.
The allegations are substantial. It's a whole lot of shit to allege. Like, that's a lot. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. For some reason, part of me really doubts it's going to go anywhere. I think it might. We shall see. Swear a whole lot of things out. We'll put stuff in court filings, and I've seen people fabricate affidavits. I've seen people do all kinds of stuff. I have no reason to believe this person over the random mutterings that I would hear from someone screaming out the door. I don't know if 20th Century Fox, to me, this isn't far stretched at all. This has been a circus from the beginning. We did watch the motion hearing on Brennan wanting the texts. Here's the thing. Are there glimmers of possible truth in there? Maybe. I'll give you that. There might be glimmers of truth. Does the implication or does the suggestion or the conclusion follow? I don't know. That's a hike. That's a lot.
I want to see the whole thing. I want to see, like, hey, where does this end up? Like, I want to see them look into it.
Prosecution misconduct would be where I would look. That is where my care and my concern is the prosecutorial misconduct. If the prosecutors are messing with any of this, if the prosecutors are messing with witnesses, I have a problem with it. That shouldn't be it. If witnesses are threatening that they're not going to testify unless blah, blah, blah. I mean, witnesses say all kinds of shit, so I'm not surprised about that too much. To Morrissey's credit, Morrissey's like, I'll just subpoena you. I'll say, I'm not going to say what you want me to say. You know what I say to that as a lawyer? Good luck. You try. You turn hostile on me, I'll do what I have to do. The issue is then you end up losing the case because no one believes anybody. Wait, aren't we already there? No one believes anybody? That feels like that. So we'll have to see if that goes anywhere. Right now, I'm skeptical. I know where it is going to go. It's going to go on a lot of people's feeds, and a lot of people are going to be making hay of it. A lot more, that's giving a lot more significance and weight than I ever could have imagined. Blessed in Texas, so appreciate you guys' analysis. Thank you very much, Blessed. Tay Marius, my apologies. Rob, I know nothing and trying to live stream as a juror.
Oh, I think they're trying to like imagine this as a jury.
Oh,
or as a
okay. I
juror.
know nothing. Trying to live stream as a juror, trying to watch this as a juror. To be honest, I see AJ as a bully thus far. That's fair. People are allowed to make that conclusion. Could that not be true for the actual jury? Absolutely could be true.
Yep. And the thing about being a defense lawyer is you kind of just roll with that because people will always think you're a jerk as the defense lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Just for being there. It's like, if not jerk, why in jerk chair?
But this is something that gets weighed. This is something you weigh when you decide how hard you're going to go at it. I can tell you that Yannetti's cross-examination of what was it, Canelone, the friend. I didn't care for that cross. I really didn't. You didn't need to cross him on 90% of what you did.
I mean, he's basically like, she's not a complete jerk, right?
Yeah. I didn't see that cross scoring points, and I only saw that cross as alienating the jury. That's all I saw. So that's all I saw. Annabelle Feinstein, so take this with an entire salt mine. Yeah. This looks like this is printed on a rag. So I don't know a lot of that. Linz, do we know what attorney filed that affidavit? The affidavit. Is that a typo? Affidavit? Affidavit. I don't know who filed. Let's see.
I'm not willing to say that it's nothing, but I'm also like full on skeptical. And so that's the thing, is it'll be interesting. This is the kind of affidavit that is an absolute bomb in the sense of like, yeah.
Let me put it this way. There's a lot of people's phones that are ringing, and a lot of people are on the phone right now saying words that are very colorful and loud and screaming. And people are wondering how they're going to respond to it. After David is what the closed captions call it. That's pretty good. All right. After David. Got it. All right. So the last thing I wanted to show was someone let Lolly out of the corner. They let him out of the corner. And you know what, Mr. Lolly? Welcome back to the courtroom, sir. Welcome back. And welcome back to the big boy seat.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Dr. Garrey Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
My word, and the booming voice carried throughout the courtroom as Adam Lolly stood from his chair, shucked his dunce cap, and began advocating as a lawyer yet again. No one puts Lolly in a corner.
Everyone puts Lolly in a corner.
I cannot imagine a position that is more uncomfortable than Adam Lolly. Your name is being tossed around in testimony. You have been sitting on your ass in that chair, not making a single argument in any of these damn motions. I don't know what you're doing behind the scenes. And I've just watched you sit there like a schoolboy in detention. And I'm sitting here going, I have started to feel really bad for him, like really bad. Like all he's doing is sitting there and taking notes. Like he was lead counsel in the prior murder trial. It's not like he's not a significant figure or a significant lawyer that knows how to do this shit.
Oh, I mean, I saw some people online who were saying like, "Oh yeah, you know, Lally's got no experience," and I'm like, Lally's got like 20 years and awards. So no, it's not that he's got no experience.
Adam Lally showed up today, and he showed up in good form.
He actually did a good job.
Yeah.
Director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs. And
here's the challenge. Poor Lally got asked to get out of the chair and offer testimony from one of the most interestingly boring individuals. Like the subject of the testimony just sucks. The subject of the testimony is extrapolation of blood alcohol content based on the metabolizers in your body as they break down the alcohol. And it's retroactively going back and calculating the alcohol blood content after the fact. Remarkably boring, remarkably tedious. And in my opinion, why are we going down this road when everyone kind of understands that she's drinking, she's drunk, she's drunk. I get it, she's drunk. So you had the boring leading the boring.
Phlebotomists and even pathologists, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yeah.
Notice, he did not say, what, if any, accreditations did that lab at Good Samaritan have? He didn't. He had the opportunity.
What, if any, at all?
He had the opportunity to say, what, if any, accreditations does the lab at Good Samaritan have? It was sitting there staring at him in the face, and he said, I am going to change my behavior and take a different tack. And he asked an open-ended, direct question and got a direct answer.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
Yes, Mama.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
All right. So
and
Lally
this guy
does
manages to make Lally actually sound super interesting
by
being super boring. I mean,
and then,
he's not boring in the sense of like, I actually want to hear his stories, but he's got like the most monotone. Yeah.
It was so boring. When Adam Lally's voice is giving you all of the drama and the theater in the courtroom, and you're counting on that voice to raise the spirits, you know you're in a world of fucking hurt. Like you just know it all. It's gonna hurt. And then Elizabeth Little gets up, and God bless her, because this witness was about as controllable as what's a good analogy? Herding cats. Like this witness was never going to give you a yes or no answer. Just it was not going to happen.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Little. I appreciate the hell that you try to get that in. I really do. Like, nice move, but you don't get to just go out and fully testify that this is the preeminent and absolute best thing, and this is what we expect everyone to do. Isn't that true? You don't get to ask the question that way. I appreciate the effort, though. It was a good shot. I mean, you swing.
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. More detail.
When you're in cross-examination and the witness is saying, and I can go into more detail on that, you're in trouble.
On that is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully.
Bev, a little bit yes, a little bit no.
Next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct. No, it's the rate of change of NADH.
There's no boxing this witness in. There is no confining this witness to a single answer. He wasn't getting, he wasn't conceding on any point. And poor Elizabeth Little was running around in circles trying to get him to box in and trying to say correct, yes, right, but no, he wasn't having it. Which is it's a well-prepped expert. Experts are tough, and the challenge is that I don't know. You get what you get.
Oh, I mean, this guy I think held up really well on cross.
Oh, he did great. Then Lolly comes in swinging with
Course in
redirect.
multiple sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales. Which
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple
That part can't go to the findings.
sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls.
Except they're letting him.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
Can't go that part. You can ask the
No,
article.
not to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29th, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test
And again, it's usually going to get an asked and answered objection.
for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29th, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Always redirect is actually pretty good.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And
dude,
I actually do think that door was opened.
It was. She opened it. She did, because she went into reliability, how to do it. Shouldn't you do it with the whole blood? Like, she really did kick it open. And
That
he was
wasn't
ready.
like gently nudged. It was
she booted it
substantially
open.
booted.
And then Lolly was just he had that question ready from the get-go. He could have asked
he
that
knew
in
it was
direct.
coming.
He did. He was like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and just drive a stake through this one.
please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with
Again, he didn't say what, if anything, did that say.
blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing that it will detect it and say,
all right, I'm not going to subject you guys to whoever was the idea of putting this person on after the jury review. I mean, I get it. You're going to have more boring witnesses. You got to get evidence in. Holy smokes.
Oh, that guy could bore for his country.
Wow.
And possibly does.
That was something else, man. Basically, a whole lot of math and science results in some form of calculation of blood alcohol level that we don't know how reliable it is. You say it's good, not the best, but it's good. That's what it is. Why we have to go
Mr.
down that
Trump.
road, I don't know.
That just sounded like a very Trump line right there.
Some say it's the best, it's the very best way of finding it. That's what they say. I don't know. All right. That's kind of the end of it. So that's kind of where we bring the end of today's live stream. Jury review occurred. I think the jury review occurred really early, premature. I mean, I think it's unfortunate the jury doesn't have more context before doing that. That's something that Lolly did. Lolly laid a hell of a lot of foundation. It was too much foundation, but he laid a lot of it, where by the end of the eighth witness Lolly had on the stand, you were like, I need to see this damn place. I don't think that Brennan did as much. So I don't think the jury had as much of a curiosity. Like, remember, Lolly's first witnesses were really, they had the picture of Fairview up on the front, and they were pointing to the different bushes where things were. So after you've gone through that, the witnesses are probably like, yeah, I got to see this place. Or the jury's like, I got to see this place. We're really early on the stage where the jury doesn't have this understanding of the significance of the distances or the travel or all the above, because there's not a whole lot of foundation that's been laid. So I don't know how much weight they're going to give it. We'll have to see. The lawyers use it, but they did both agree to it. Ms. Pete, okay, where are the court stamps? The timestamps? I don't know. I have to put this up later. And I'm sorry, it was a long stream. Music to my soul, Robin Runkle. It's 2:19 a.m. Eastern. It's now 2:24. I just got here and y'all are really live. I love that. I love that too, for the very moment that I'm saying that. Now I love that less, because now it's time that I bid you adieu and actually go and sleep, do the thing of resting after the full day of court and back and forth that I had in packing up my office. Next week, I am packing my office and moving, well, not my office, but our entire firm office to a different location, which is going to be a hell of a lot of fun / nightmare. Doing that while managing a trial is wonderful. So excited. Ian, thank you for powering through with me, buddy.
Oh, I've had fun. It's been a long day. I normally like to get a nap in, but that didn't happen today.
For those of you who are wondering, Ian is doing recaps of this trial, and he's been courageous enough to do them. Maybe not every day, but he lumped in day 3 and 4 into one day because they were both rather short days.
And quite frankly, they were days where both sides kind of flailed at each other and didn't land a whole lot of punches.
For example, I didn't touch a single thing that was covered on either, except for most recently Adam Lally being allowed out of the dungeon.
Except for Lally being allowed out of his dog cage in order to
Yes, that in my mind was the most significant thing to have occurred of days 3 and 4. And I did mention earlier in the stream what people were focusing on for the jury view and then looking at the car. So realistically, yesterday and today weren't the biggest thing in the world. But this trial is moving along at a pretty decent clip. I think the pace is better this trial than it was last trial. We are moving along. So hopefully next week we'll get into more substance. And I know that Ian will continue doing recaps. God bless him, because they're amazing and awesome. Please go check them out. And when you're there, please make sure you like all the content. Go back through and watch it. I'll go to one of the playlists and just hit play. Give those views a go.
And I can't promise the what do you call it? I can't promise that the recaps will be short because, like, day 3 and 4, we got done in 2 hours. Day 1, we got done in 5 hours. The thing is I sort of made the decision a bit ago that my recaps are going to be exactly as long as they need to, and so, like, if they call, if they call Proctor next time, we're going through that in some detail. If they call, a bunch of, like, hey, I own this video surveillance system, then it'll be faster. So, yeah.
This trial is going to be, and there are certain witnesses where, like, for example, the days of Jen McCabe, Brian Higgins, ARCA, Monday, you're not going to want to miss, because Monday is the ARCA. Monday, do not miss that recap, because Monday is the ARC of voir dire, where Judge Bev is determining whether and to what extent ARCA is going to be willing or allowed to testify. And we're going to have to see how this plays out. It's a whole lot of emotion going into this, and I hope the weekend gives people a chance to calm their damn heads. I doubt that's going to be the case. I think Monday's going to be pretty damn spicy. Monday's going to be a fight. Monday's going to be a lawyer fight. There's going to be a lot of argument, and holy crap, it's going to be throwing shit at the wall. So tune in for Monday. That's going to be great. Great watching for court stuff. Okay, guys. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciated, guys. If you, regardless of where you are, hopefully you can find some time this weekend, spend time with family, those who love around you, get outside, go for a walk, go make something. I will be making snoring sounds upstairs for a little while, and then hopefully I'll be making some other stuff in the shop. It's the weekend.
I'm going to try to make it out to I'm going to try to make it out to the land. Although I don't yet have the plants I bought. I bought about $750 worth of plants.
See, that could be misleading, because $750 worth of plants, depending on the size of the plant.
They're like tree saplings. They're like raspberry canes. There's all sorts of things.
Ooh.
So basically the goal is take them out to the land and set up all right. Let's start setting up like a food forest kind of thing.
Yep. I support this goal, because the land is for a certain purpose, where food, particularly grazing food, it serves that purpose.
I like the idea of going up and being like, I'm going to get some apples. The other thing is, everything I want to hunt also likes apples.
Why I said the grazing food. The grazing food serves a purpose. Wasn't being coy and saying you're just gonna like go up and eat some apples. It's not you eating the apples I'm thinking about. It's the things that
I will also eat the apples. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Very much appreciated. Please check out Ian on Monday. He's been posting these recaps. Please go rewatch those over the course of the weekend. Until next time, lovely evening, lovely weekend, and cheers to all.